Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on in to another episode of the Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully, you all are doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Since I am late, and I do apologize for that, I got caught up doing a handful of different maintenance tasks. I'll begin by reading chat messages, and then we'll move to the placard reading. Gordu Goku, welcome on in. Good, I should say Gordu Goku and Mr. Jason, welcome on in. Good to see both of you. Hopefully you both are doing well, and in both body and mind, and I do hope you both enjoy your stay. I'll start with Gordu Goku first. Gordu Goku says, you don't know if you can actually do it, but your goal is to watch the whole stream. You'll be quiet, though, because you usually watch. They go on to say, I'll read this all first. Then they go on to say, oh, wait, you're extending the show? I don't know, then. Yeah, sorry. I meant to say something yesterday, but I got caught up with, I got caught up with doing a bunch of maintenance tasks yesterday after coming back from what essentially turned out to be a glorified luncheon event. I actually have some photos from that I'll share later. It was good. It was good, but we talked about some pretty serious stuff too. It wasn't all fun and games, as my photos would suggest. Other than that, though, I would have said something sooner. I just got caught up with the time. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Greetings to you as well. You're exceptionally happy to see your stream today, even more than usual. This first week back in the TCC has been productive, but chaotic. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. With you-know-who, Mr. Coin, Carly basically said that she's giving them a week. I agree. Obviously, that needs to be agreed with you as well and be appropriate. I will put that in writing and not just say that on the air, but she's got my backing. She knows what she's doing. She's putting her foot down where I expect her to, and she's holding up and talking to me when I expect her when I expect her to, and beyond that as well. Carly's done exceptionally good work. I think her and I are going to get along in our executive positions just fine. And absolutely, she has my blessings as far as that is concerned, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, also, Carly may join the stream in a little while. Very well. Why don't we play the camera minigame, everyone's favorite minigame, while we thank our lovely contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of every single stream, especially today's, I might even reread one or two things or give appreciations in the middle, considering how long today's stream is. All you gotta do is chuck some change at me in the form of a Twitch subscription, Patreon, or Coffee membership, or a one-time donation of $2 or more. During the current cycle, will get your names on these placards. It is the smallest way I have to give back to anyone, outside of like Discord benefits or some other like small things that I can do as a content creator who cannot fund anything by himself. So while I do not have any Patreon patrons at this time, I would like to thank all the people who have used Patreon in the past. Your contributions have been greatly appreciated. For subscribers, I would like to thank Just Me Carly for their Prime Gaming subscription, and I would also like to thank Most Likely Shine or Mr. Shiny for their Tier 1 subscription. I hope you both do enjoy those benefits that come along with your subscriptions, including an extra vote on tallies when they are due, the sweet emotes, and in the Tier 1 case, the removal of ads that no one likes to sit through anyway. I would also like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the player for their lovely and wonderful contributions to the placard. I truly, the bank account could really not stay open without you, good sir. I appreciate it. You help keep the lights on more than you know. I would also like to thank user 11 for their one-time donation during this month's cycle of $5. Thank you so incredibly much for that, and I hope this placard serves as a nice thank you gift. I really truly mean that. Let's go ahead and cut to the correct screen. I'll explain what we're doing, and then we will go from there. We'll also catch up on chat again. Welcome on in, Xander Root. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We just got finished placard reading, Xander Root, and we are catching up on chat now, and then we'll be explaining what today's docket is, what we're doing for today. I hope things are going well for you. Where do Goku say? Okay, I'll just scan this then if you're saying I don't have to read it. If you can pause the video on your phone and still comment, yes, you can do that. That's one of the nice things about YouTube Live, is it's like a live broadcast feed. You can pause it. Twitch doesn't have this capability. You can rewind and not watch live on YouTube. You cannot do this on Twitch. Twitch is more like a TV channel. You might be able to pause it, and if your smart TV is smart, you might be able to rewind, but it's sort of up to people on Twitch to, you know, recap you on what happened, or, you know, upload VODs to YouTube, which that's a nice benefit of multi-streaming, is I upload VODs. So we stream at the same time. The video is the VOD. It's wonderful. Gordo Goku says, cool, it works. It'll save your battery. No problem. They go on to say you were wondering because you're on the TV with comments on the phone. Makes sense. Yeah. If you don't need to comment or don't want to comment, then yeah, absolutely. You just cast your TV and then you let the TV take care of the rest. I do this over at long-term clients' houses all the time. If they've got YouTube service, it's great. Mr. Jason says, you feel like you can liken your streams to an after-hour happy hour at the pub, but without the alcoholic beverages? Too true. I don't know if I don't know what to make of that yet, but I'm flattered with the compliment, good sir. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. User 11 has kept you grounded with coffee. Too true. Too true. I'm thinking of getting back into coffee, specifically decaf coffee, actually, because of the whole kidney scare. So, because I like coffee, I just think the caffeine might have been a tax too much for my body. I'm not 100% sure about that, but you know, that's at least my running theory. Also, I am going to warn you guys and say that I will be eating. I got brought lunch. I will not be talking while I'm eating. In fact, if you guys are all right with it, when we do start, I am going to cover or like wink out the webcam so that I can do that without bothering you guys. I'm not gonna eat yet until I know what people's thoughts are about that. Common practice says mute the mic, cover the webcam so people don't see it. Some people don't care. Some people want to see what I'm eating, so just kind of depends. Gordo Goku says it's all good. If you're hungry, you gotta eat. I do appreciate that. Mr. Jason says, but we three are an excellent team, and you both have your we both have your full blessings to run it how you and Carly want, as long as you both agree. There are very few situations where you would need to check in with me. Understood. Understood, Mr. Jason. I will try to remember that moving forward. So I'm gonna do the recap, and then I will probably take the first bite of food on camera. So, last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we mostly ran around and did various side quests. That's really about it. There are a couple things that we really need to kind of still do. There are also a couple of adventures that do need to be taken care of at various stables, but that can happen, you know, as we're moving about and doing other things. Off camera, nothing has changed. I haven't cracked open the game since yesterday or the day before. So, you know, today we're going to be working on quote-unquote unroadblocking ourselves. Mr. Jason says, I mean, we'd get nothing done if you roadblocked everything, so it is good that you have two very trusted friends. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Jason. I will endeavor not to let you down. So, among other things, our goal today is we're going to go on an enemy hunt. I know what I said about not showing this on camera, but we're getting to the point where we really just kind of have nothing else to do. And once the final stage has been dealt with, we really want to try to move on to recording the armor upgrades, the like double checking to make sure we have all the armor sets, as well as you know, doing the recipes, like making sure we have one of everything for recipes. Mr. Jason says, well, you can take time to process your compliment above. I appreciate it. I did process your comment. I'm glad you think so, Mr. Jason. Like I said, I'll endeavor not to let you down. But you do go on to say, but you suppose it's really 4 hours of happy hour. You're going to be getting 6 today, good sir. And I should probably say, I would say about 3 or 4 of those you'd be present for, and then the 2 will have to be on VOD later for you. But yeah, in case people haven't read my Discord post or my YouTube post, I kind of got those out super late. Sorry about that. We will be going an extra 2 hours today. We'll be taking our breaks as expected. It's just after the 4th hour, things will be getting a bit more manual, as far as like commercials and stuff. Sir Jason says, ooh, 6, you'll see about that. It is a Friday. Well, I don't want to ruin your sleep, good sir. Only do that if you want to. You're a full-grown adult. I trust you can mitigate or manage your sleep schedule accordingly. Gordo Goku says, when will you defeat Ganon so that you know your percentage? If you don't mind, definitely later. Right now, I have a ton of tools, and you guys also have access to those same tools in the form of the TotK map, like the object map, the recipe book, the ingredient metadata, and other resources on the internet that I probably have not linked, and I probably should link them or make commands for them soon. This week has just been a real whirlwind, but we're getting there. Maybe within 10 to 12 episodes, if our pacing stays consistent. We go slow here on the channel. Welcome on in, User 11. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, but I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in at a good time. We were just going over what we were going to do today, which is largely just go find Addison. No matter where he is, we will find him. And go on a monster hunt. Oh, I guess also we should probably consider doing the sculptures too. So we're going to be doing a lot of clod hopping back and forth. User 11 says they won't be able to watch the stream today. You have a family thing? No worries. Thank you for at least stopping by, User 11. Whenever you get ready to leave, you know, I'll see you out the door. But I really do appreciate you coming in at least to say hi. And yes, thank you again for your coffee donation during this month's cycle, user 11. I really appreciate that. So, stream might get it may be a teensy bit crunchier than usual because I do have 2 maps open. I have the object map. I also have the interactive map to help me like find enemies. I just need that much information available at one time. Let's see, I could probably do it like this. So we're going to put some general markers. To mark Addison's location and then go from there. But yeah, that donation has seriously kept things open. Anyway, see ya. Thank you, user 11, for stopping by. It was good to see you. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you, my lovely senator, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, it is time to continue marking creatures, which I believe, or marking Addison. He is a creature, but his name is Addison. He's got a name. Should make sure I remember that. There was one out here somewhere. Let's see if I can't see him. Not immediately. Okay, I need to look a little bit closer while that's happening. Mr. Jason says, speaking of maps, Mr. Coin, you really loved how in the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass that you add some important details to the seed chart by closing the Nintendo DS. Wait, is that the... Oh, there's one where I think you basically have to stamp a map. I don't know if that's necessarily correct, but... Gordo Goku says, forgive me, but you must have missed what you're marking. No problem, Gordo Goku. I am marking all of the Addison locations. You know, the guy that holds up the sign and you have to, like, help him write the sign so he can nail it down and then you get some rewards? Yeah, that guy. We're handling quite a litany of things today, and Mr. Addison is one of them. Make sure I've got this. He's like, what, here-ish? Yeah. And I am using the object map to help me out with this. For those interested, if you type in TotK MAP in chat, you will get access to the object map that Mr. NK has sourced. For those of you on YouTube, you can type in asterisk or star TOTK MAP for the exact same thing. My Discord does have a commands channel that you guys can you guys can look at those commands anytime if you want to reference them. This one's like here. There are a lot of Addison spots, and we've done quite a few of them. Gordo Goku says, oh yes, I thought you said enemies and you thought it was odd. Your ears don't work all the way. No problem. I also talk fast, so if you need me to slow down, Mr. Gordo Goku, please don't be afraid to say that. I have no problem modulating my speech rate. I just tend to talk fast if I'm given the chance. Mr. Jason says, and this is what you said to Carly. Honestly, though, if you're more confident of going out and meeting people, and Mr. Coin is in the UK, and we were closer, and you could have alcohol, you would do that on a Friday, or Coca-Cola. Yeah, why not a Coke? As my... let me also just get in the correct place here. Gotta find some place to start. Beer makes one a brawler, and wine makes one a mocker. Be drunk on neither of these, and instead be drunk on like be filled with the Holy Spirit. I believe that's how this scripture goes. It's a bit of biblical scripture that I hold close to my heart. Life is the best high that one can possibly have. And so while drinking is okay, I just sort of prefer not to do it. I also have family that have, you know, have poisoned themselves through alcohol and have even died from drinking. So I don't drink. That said, I do know that it is very prolific in UK and US culture. People drink like a lot. People drink to forget. So I don't judge people for drinking, just I wouldn't do it. I'd be the person to grab a Coke or a Sprite or whatever. Then Mr. Jason goes on to say, and the TCC is definitely a whole thing. It is. It is. It's absolutely a whole thing. Gordugoka says you've tried it. And you don't understand how people like it. Nasty taste. It's that you want to feel things. You can tolerate a lot if you want to feel something else. If you're angry or, you know, depressed, some people do turn to drinking to deal with their problems. Even wine, it can have a brackish taste to it. What it really comes down to, and this is like the only alcohol I would probably drink, mixed drinks. If there's other stuff in there. I've had watermelon spritzers and you know, peach schnapps. I've had drinks, but they have to not taste like ass. Pardon my French. They have to not taste awful, like I'm drinking sewer water. It's got to be a mead or something. I mean, it's better than the usual tagline in when it comes to alcohol in games, and that is, you know, it tastes like donkey urine. And I am somewhat censoring that because I personally feel as though that is a stronger word than ass. Ass is very basic. What's up, Mr. Jason? Ah, there you are, buddy. Mr. Jason says somewhere near you, they're creating an amusement park based on a graveyard with lots of themed rides. People are dying to get in. That one was fantastic. Okay, so we have... what do we actually have here? I see 2 slats here, and I don't see anything else. Yeah, I literally just don't see anything else. Oh wait, we have a sapphire thing, right? Yeah, there we go. Mr. Jason says that was the joke I saved for you. It's pretty good. Yeah, that was a pretty smooth one. Thank you for sharing and saving that, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. So... oh, there's a little... I see what you do. There's a slot here. You literally do this. You just make a T-frame right here. And it should literally go nowhere. Like so. Alright, Mr. Addison. Wow, it's still unbearable even with that. Okay. Gordugoku says that not much to go on with this one. Yeah, it's enough. It should be enough. Yes, Mr. Addison. You've eaten a special rice ball, so this heat won't get to you. You still look like it's getting to you, buddy. But you can't stand here forever. Right. Mr. Jason says a friend of yours spent their life savings on pasta, Mr. Coin. You said that must have cost a pretty penny. A penny. A pretty penny. I like that one. That one was good. Yay for T-frames. Now get to work, Addison. You got a lot of catch-up to do. Thank you, Gordu Goku. Yeah, it really is just... There's this slot here. You stick one of the 2 frames in the slot. Then you attach the other one over there. You make a T-frame, you set it down, and... Honestly, if it weren't for that slot here, this little groove where that panel could go, yeah, you'd have to, like, use Zonai devices to make it work. Mr. Jason says, Addison, how's the president standing? Look at the face cam. Mr. President is sitting. Yes, yes, he is. Thank you. Yes, give me your 3 rewards. Spicy seafood rice balls. Yes, and please give me something in the depth. Gordu Koku says you never see how to do these. You end up with a Zonite device. That's fair, and that might even be halfway what the intention is just Zonite devices.
Whoa.
It is faster if you use a device, but they have solutions there if you want to do it regularly. One nice thing about the object map is that if you search like I do to find Addison and you've isolated him to the exact actor that he is, you can actually mark these just like you do Korok seeds. It's really cool. You can always track whatever you search when you search up actors with the object map. I'm really falling in love with that function right there. Hashtag not sponsored by Hardee's, which is what I had for lunch. I got a fresco burger, which it's okay. It's okay. The sandwich had entirely too much mayo on it, but otherwise the rest was fine. I'm sure my body won't mutiny against the tomatoes either. Mr. Jason says someone thought that Mr. Addison was stealing the signs, Mr. Coin. You weren't sure at first, but every time you saw him, all the signs were there. Too true. Now, to help us get across this intrepid wasteland without taking forever, yeah, it's bike time. Our next point of order is right there, and are there any nearby enemies? No. So, fun fact, Gerudo Desert actually only has one field boss type. That would be the Molduga. That's the only kind of extra monster, like extra big monster you're gonna find here is just the field boss, or just the Molduga. That's it. So you know that what you're getting when you come out here is Molduga. You won't be swapped in, like extra. I was about to say extraterrestrial. That's not right. In extra, unwanted boss monsters. No having to watch out for Hinoxes or Gleox or something. Mr. Jason says he would love a Sand Gleok. I would actually, unironically, also like a Sand Gleok or a water one. I'll take either of those. I feel like especially water, I feel like there was a missed opportunity to just have all 4 elements in the game represented by monsters, by actual Gleok. Gordogoku says, a question you've had in your mind for a while, but you keep forgetting. No worries. Do you feel like you've missed out when you get a device or weapon or whatever could have helped in the past? A bit, yeah. Because of where we are now in the game, a lot of times the reward was kind of not really particularly worth it. But, you know, that shouldn't stop. That doesn't stop us from doing from completing those. But, yes, I do occasionally feel like I've missed out. But that is the price one pays for, that is sort of the price one pays for going in a canonical order. You just tend to miss things on the periphery, or things that the devs maybe intended for you to do sooner. Come on, let's get this in there. It literally is just hold it steady while this is happening. Just let go. Just let go, Addison. Why? Okay, we need more weight. Where did you put this? All right. Okay, put this in here. I'm sure it's like rotated correctly. Actually, what we could probably do is like something like this. I didn't want this box, but thank you though, game. Thank you though, video game. All right, try again. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you woke up to a really nice email this morning from Royal Mail." Oh, I'll only share if you're feeling comfortable with that, but I am curious, like what they were emailing you about. Gordy Goku says, cool, I think it's wonderful the way you're doing things. It's harder, IMO, but you seem to have the patience for it. If there is any video game that will ever teach you to have patience, it is Dark Souls 3. It is Dark Souls 1. And it is Sekiro. You need to have immense patience to play Soulsborne titles. I don't like to brag about my own patience. As I tell people all the time, if you say you have a quality, really you should be showing that quality, not rather than saying it. Otherwise, people can always find some way to say, oh, well, you say this, but you don't really mean it. If you show it, other people will talk about it. But yes, the Soulsborne games have taught me a lot of patience, and I have carried them over to other games where, you know, having patience is good. Mr. Jason says, hi, we've received your parcel from Hotel Chocolat. Delivery is due on Saturday, January the 10th, 2026. Delivery is estimated between 9:25 a.m. and 1:25 p.m. Well, I mean, okay, so that's, no wonder why it's a nice email. It's from your favorite place, with the delivery coming up tomorrow. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, all right. There needs to be more weight. I thought the rocks had more weight. They had less weight. What we could actually do is... Oh, dang it. Okay. Yes, we just have to do it like this. Let's do it like that. Okay, and tilt down. Drop. and then attach. Mr. Jason says, at some point, you might get a nice little box of chocolates for your 2 local postal workers, Mr. Coy. Well, one each. Yeah, you've mentioned that before. 1 each. I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that. Yes, Addison. Fine. Go back to holding him. It works. It's good enough. GG, you'll use that trick for sure. Yeah, if you're ever having issues like getting something in place and you just need a quick second, yeah, recall is perfect for that. Yes, let's get him secure, Addison. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coyne, your family is going out for a Chinese buffet next Saturday. Nice, nice. And you looked at their website and you thought 24 pounds per person? Yeah, see, that is a reasonable that is a reasonable reaction to have. Food is getting expensive. And then you remembered, yeah, Mr. Jason can't moan at that if he's spending more on chocolate. Too true. All right, Addison, which rewards are you giving me? Every time he gives a bomb flower, I smile a little bit, or puff shroom. Every time he gives me a muddle bud, I could care less. Okay, that's number 2. Where is our bike? Also, we should definitely be putting something on our bike so that we don't lose it. It's gonna be one of these. Mr. Jason says, fun little fact, you never used a single sleepover ticket. I'll bet. Yeah, if you don't need to rest often, or you didn't really care for pony points, well, you know, then I could see that. Well, no, not pony points. You don't get pony points for sleepover tickets. You gotta actually spend money. It's nice if you're low on cash. I'm low on cash. 1,400 rupees is really, really low for this game. I know this sounds like a super insecure thing to ask about, but can people hear my chewing when I'm chewing? Like I said, I know that sounds like a nutso question, but Mr. Jason says nope. Okay, that's 1. The reason I ask about that, Gordo Goku says you have me on TV, and no, very well, good. That means my gating is like really good, which is absolutely fantastic. I have a mandibular condition up here with my jaws. I'm trying to see if I can get it to pop in such a way that you can hear it, but yeah, every time I chew, my jaw just pops out of the socket. Just not an incredible amount, just a little bit, and it makes a popping noise, like a small popping noise. My family always thinks I'm chewing with my mouth open or something like that, but no, it's just my jaw doing that. So my constant concern is that if I do eat things like this on stream, you know, potato, people are going to hear. Gordo Goku says curious, and you don't have to answer, but what have you got? Oh, my folks brought lunch back, so I've got some Hardee's, you know, skin-on fries, and they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I quite like them. They're kind of like Wendy's fries, you know, with the skins on. Because that's where all the nutrition on potatoes is the skin. And if you take it away, you mostly have starch. Gordo says, cool. Yeah, I usually try to eat before stream, you know, a sandwich or something. I try to do that so that, you know, we don't run into, you know, I don't need to constantly, like, eat or something on camera. Here's, like, the tricky part, is when I have to be careful with eating. If I eat too much, I get super sleepy. Extra sleepy. I can't be having that. I know from past experience. So I'm always like trying to balance what food I have before going on camera, whether that be for recording or you know, a live stream or whatever. And so I've just learned to try not to eat on camera. I've kind of had a full lunch today, so I don't know how that's gonna go, but I'm gonna darn well try. Greetings, Mr. Tension. Thank you for leaving the like. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. What is up with this campfire? I feel like this is here for a reason. I don't know what it is. I'm real curious. He tripped. That was funny. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, she tripped. Sorry, I thought it was the other. Oh, and she didn't even have a fro. That's my bad. I couldn't see her bun in the back. Mr. Jason says, last year, Mr. Jason bought all the Hotel Chocolat Easter products. We don't talk about the cost. But this year, you're just getting the patisserie chocolate ostrich Easter egg. Nice. Chocolate egg does sound good. Gordo Goku says, so funny. I found the tripping to just be icing on the cake, honestly. Tension says, hey, Mr. Coin, you were right about Majora's Mask. Oh, it's a nightmare for 100%. It's just a lot of back and forth, and the timing has to be exact. It is a nightmare if you've never done it before. The archery minigames are especially notorious for 100%. Just because shooting 50 targets or like several moving targets is just, wow, is that difficult. But you know, it's an old game. You can take advantage of the movement mech to make it work. Now, if it's a 3DS title, oh boy, you've got something extra in the form of spoiler, a fishing gallery. Yeah, they brought fishing into Majora's Mask 3D. It's really not a surprise that yeah, it's not really a surprise that it became a more expansive game when that happened. That said, I imagine that's not stopping you. It might be a nightmare, Mr. Tension, but that shouldn't stop you from doing it. It's a much smaller game compared to Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, at the very least. Mr. Tension says, no, Mr. Coin, you're playing the 64 version? Yeah, so then you don't have that. So it's an even smaller game from that perspective. It really should not take... It'll take a bit more time, but it shouldn't be that aggravating at the same time. It's only a nightmare if you've never done it before. Make sure I've caught up on messages. Okay. Gordy Goku says, a rumor for the next Zelda, Ganon gets to wear Majora's Mask. So many rumors of so many cool things, but you're proposing a rumor. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, just do a reboot of Majora's Mask. Maybe make it... Or, well, I guess it would have to be a different mask, because, like, Majora's Mask is a gag item now. But it really wouldn't be that out of pocket for them to like rework that story. Mr. Jason said, oh, that is directed at Mr. Tension. Okay. Yeah, that's not exactly comforting, but I get what you mean, Mr. Jason. Why don't we stop staring at Barles? I think that name is supposed to read. Yeah, Barles or Barley's. I think it's Barles though. This is a real pile of garbage, isn't it? Hard not to be upset at the site. Yeah, why is this landfill here? I spotted it during my travels, and the site bothered me so much, you couldn't help stopping to clean it up.
Oh.
I believe that we travelers have a duty to protect the beauty of nature and not sully it with trash. The W Barles, W Barles, absolutely huge W. Yep, when I leave a place, I want it to be cleaner than when you arrived. Good on you, ma'am. That's why you even travel with a broom, as you can see. Unfortunately, that's why I even travel with a broom, as you can see. I fear me flip-flopping perspectives on rating chat is gonna mess me up here, I think. But I'm determined to do it. Unfortunately, these tumbleweeds keep rolling in. There's just no end to it. I can't keep up. I do want to leave this place cleaner than when you arrived, so you can't just overlook all of this. I think I could make progress here if only these tumbleweeds didn't keep tumbling in. Mr. Jason says, Barles can always brush up on her skills, Mr. Coin. Too true. Oh, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, let me read this. Barles is trying to clean up a mountain of garbage, but can't cope with the large number of tumbleweeds that have blown in. She's trying to dispose of them one by one, but they just keep rolling back. If she could only get rid of the tumbleweeds, then she could make some progress on cleaning. Might as well do this while we're here. We were on our way to deal with Addison, but... alright. Yeah, that's a lot of tumbleweeds. You know what we could do? This will get things... I think... Let's see. The intended solution is... pull out fans, and then, you know, put them together, start fanning. How many more of them are there? There are at least 3. Mr. Jason says, this is where the tumbleweeds ended up after you told jokes to some people. And you tell a lot of jokes. Yeah, that is definitely true. Definitely true. I guess they might have thought that the jokes were no more than a windbag, you know, tumbling in with the weeds or something along those lines. However you want to put it. Geez, how many fans do they want me to use here? There's like 5. No, that is incorrect. Mr. Jason says, you just set fire to them all, Mr. Coin? Oh, now that is glorious. And if I don't like what I'm doing here, you know, that will happen. But burning trash, this gives me good opportunity to talk about this. You know, there's a reason why burn pits typically require a permit to make work. And that is because burning trash, especially the trash in our own real world, will, how do I put this? Well, when you burn trash in our world, there are a lot of chemicals that can, you know, result from this, from doing that. And a lot of them aren't safe to breathe. Just roll them out of here. Come on, put them through the gap. Come on, get up there. Very good. Just got to get some of them rolling, and then, you know, they will begin to move. Tumbleweed golf, let's go, Mr. Jason says. Tumbleweed golf, too true. This feels more like I'm herding, the Ordon goats in Twilight Princess, though. Not gonna lie, this can kind of be considered a bit annoying. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video, and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that stuffy, boring explanation. It's the part of content creation I don't particularly like doing, but it's got to get done. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for hanging out with me up to this point, and I look forward to many, many more hours together with you guys today. In roughly 3 minutes, there will be a commercial break taking place. There will be a timer above my head. It'll read for 3 minutes. I typically get up during this time and take a stretch. You guys should do the same. I encourage everyone to do the same. Makes the commercial break pass by faster. You know, play whatever game you're playing along with me, or grabbing a snack, getting a drink, something along those lines. And I promise you the commercial break will be over before you know it. And it'll pass by just like that, and we can get right back to the gaming when it is over. Not really much more to say than that. What's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason says, your good friend Twilight Blitz plays Pokemon Go, and he got a shiny Pidgey, which is something that Mr. Jason really wants. He posted it in his Discord and said, I don't tag you often, but yeah. And you said, Mark's message for deletion. Duly noted. And then today in the stream, he asked you what he should do. And you said, you think you should send it to the professor for examination, as it could be a rare variant of Pidgey. Is that code for, yes, Mr. Jason definitely wants this Pidgey. Would you please send it my direction, and maybe it won't return from its inspections. Let's get these out of here. We can torch these once they're out of the patch or whatever. Come on, get over that. I trust you guys are, Mr. Jason says transfer it. No, just get rid of it. Oh no. Wait, why though? Why? It's supposed to be the shiny Pidgey that you really wanted. Why would you tell him to get rid of it? Or wait, is that the joke? The joke is you want it. Makes sense. Get out. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, I just realized there's another fan. Mr. Jason says you wanted to catch it first. Ah, that makes sense. Oh, well, I mean, wait, does this literally... It does. Wow, they just straight up let you burn it. Nintendo, don't you guys know about burning, you know, like aerosols or like other bits of rubble is like dangerous? I can't put my mind around why Nintendo would promote this, but it's fine. Get out of here. Not allowed back here. Skedaddle. Skedaddle, tumbleweed, skedaddle. Go, put them over here. Don't let them go anywhere. Mr. Jason says he said he appreciates your suggestion, but he must decline. Oh, perhaps for obvious reason. Did you end up getting sent? Oh. Yak nabbit. Tumbleweeds, stop it. Go over there. Don't roll back. Thank you. Wow, that should not have been difficult. These are like the last 4. Oh, whoops. So sorry. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let me catch up on chat, and then we should be good to go. Gordogoku says, if this works, you'll be mind blown because you're good at doing things differently. Here's to hoping that that works. Well, I should say, here's to hoping my non-burning tendencies, you know, do in fact work here. Oh, is it nighttime? It's getting to be nighttime in the game. Mr. Jason says that this doesn't work, this idea would really blow. Too true. Okay, let's tilt this over. We could, like, stack it up this way, too. Try it that way. Oh, setting these fans up to do these things never gets old. Think that's all of the junk? If I could clean up all the tumbleweeds, then you can clean up everything piece by piece. You're going to need to work at it until it's all done. Are you serious? You have to burn them. You have no choice but to burn them. That's good information to know. Oh, brother, yes. Mr. Jason is our resident spinster. He is not the only one we have, but a lot of us do tell jokes like this. He's very good at it. I, on the other hand, am usually quite bad at it. All right. Now that we have these things kind of out of the way, it's time to burn these. Oh, that's why. It's not that they needed to be burned. It's that one tumbled back in here. Well, all right, let's see if... Is that thing getting ready to tumble back here? No, you stop that. All right, will that work? No, okay, you have to burn them. You literally don't have a choice. So let's grab this and get to torching. Where was it? It was here. Yeah, it's literally right here. Wait, it just despawned? What the heck happened then? So I'm like, wow, these really don't have an incredible, like, spawn, or, like, incredible, like, distance where you can leave them then. Next time, game, just tell me you want to burn the tumbleweeds, and we'll make that work. Arg! Oh. I like that she was running. What, did it not count because it was in camp? Oh, the tumbleweeds are gone? This is hilarious. Oh, did you clean them all up? There were so many. Wasn't that a lot of work? Thank you so much. What's up, Mr. Jason? I was forced to stop. Please take this. It's something special you found while I found while I was cleaning. Huh? Your pouch is full. I want to give you a shield, but you gotta make some space in there first. You cleaned up all of the tumbleweeds for Barles. She wanted to give you a reward for your trouble, but your pouch was full. Make some room in order to accept her gift. Mr. Jason says you loved that still. Barles said, oh, the tumbleweeds are gone. And yet the camera showed loads in the background. Well, I did move them, so they were technically gone. They were just not burned. Do I get to burn the rest? No, of course not. Of course not. What a hackney way of doing things. I honestly do think that, you know, burning it, like picking them all up, would have worked. I do think that would have worked. But the game apparently thought these were still in camp, so you had to torch them. Which is strange. Alright, if it's a really dinky shield, then I'm gonna be upset. There you are. This is the reward I meant to give you before. Can you believe I found this while I was cleaning? That is a nice shield. Now that all the tumbleweeds are gone, I can handle cleaning up the rest of this by myself. Leave it to me. You cleaned up the tumbleweeds that were piling up in the mountain of garbage. After they were gone, Barles gave you her thanks and was eager to take on cleaning up the garbage pile. Somehow. We're gonna drop that and pick back up that daybreaker, though. Do I need to take a picture of it? I do. I'm glad I did that. Let's see. We have this with nothing on it. Okay. Let's fix that. No. Game. Why? Royal Shield Stick? Why? What does that even do? That just feels wrong. Welcome on in, Carly. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well, or hopefully you're doing better in body and mind today than you were this morning when I greeted you earlier. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. I have just rediscovered stapling shields to weapons inadvertently while doing side quest cleanup. Today is supposed to be the day we deal with Mr. Addison in totality, as well as you know, hunting monsters. Even if we don't deal with them in total today, we'll at least have made some significant progress. Gordu Goku says, you just LOL'd for real? Yeah, that is kind of funny. It's like, well, I mean, the quest reward was still useful. It's just, I have to destroy it now and thus remove it to, like, put a better horn on it. It's just, like, really, really strange. Are you taking a nap? I'm gonna rest for just a little bit, then you'll keep working. Honestly, cleaning is something of a passion of mine. I can't wait until morning comes and I can get back to it. Good luck, ma'am. Good luck. I'm glad we found this. Carly says you're okay. You know, they're okay. Mr. Coin, how are you? I am fine. Gordu Goku says you wondered if the shield stick was more durable. Hard to say. If we find another stick, I'm happy to staple a shield to it and try again. Kind of go from there. Or maybe it works. Maybe you can block with it. Not sure. Like if it's two-handed, you may be able to block with it. Mr. Jason says, indeed you moved them. They are someone else's problem now. Indeed. Hey, Mr. Coin? Yeah, they are someone else's problem now. Okay, let me make sure. That one was a message to Carly. I think I've caught up on your messages, Mr. Jason. Gordu Goku says, no, it's okay. You were just talking out loud. I mean, I need to know this for the video essay, so I'm glad you said it, Gordu Goku. I would never have even thought to test durability like that. Just adjust that here. All right, Mr. Addison. What exactly? A stabilizer and what appears to be I'm sorry, what? Oh, they literally want you to do this. But the only way... Is that like a stick, or are there stands on the bottom? They're sticks. Game, I'm sorry, what? What do you want me to do with the stabilizer? Yeah, congratulations on the three stream streak, Carly. And please enjoy those extra channel points. Your thoughts, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, regarding our business week? Yeah, it's productive. I wouldn't say it was necessarily the best business week that the TCC has probably ever experienced, but we're making progress. We're making tons of progress, and that's really all that I could probably say about that. Is that we are making progress, and that has to be good enough. I don't think this is gonna work. I think we're gonna end up having a problem, but we'll see. We're gonna try. Yeah, it'll... Oh! Wait, what? Quick, before we do something to topple it over. Mr. Jason says, we definitely gained a good amount of clients. That is true. We did gain clients. We got like, what, 4 this week? 4 or 5? Something like that? I feel like we lost a few people somewhere in there. But that's just me looking at, like, you know, who joined and who left more than anything. But I think the biggest, I think our biggest downturn has got to be our internal board right now. I don't know how staff's looking. I may need to, like, do a check-in separately with them. But, you know, I think there are, I think we have some problems on the upper level that we need to combat, at the very least. And that's just going to take time. Mr. Jason says there are some small issues to iron out, and one of them happens to be one that Carly absolutely put her foot down on today. Yeah. Like I told Mr. Jason, you know, before you got here, Carly, I'll just tell it to you directly. You've done really good work this week. I truly mean that. You are way better at being more assertive and direct with people than I ever could. Not that I lack assertiveness, but you're more direct with them. And I think that is a quality that could be, like, very much appreciated. Also, since you have mentioned that you are a business owner, you know, you kind of just don't have time for people to, you know, BS with you. Like, people need to be acting straight and serious. What's up, Mr. Jason? What did you realize? This one's like over here. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that one. All right, Addison, you better give me something good. It's not the rupee. What food did you make? I'll take it. It's healing we didn't have. Wait, does he just cycle through the flowers, the puff shrooms, and the muddle buds? Is that just like a constant cycle, and so it's the food item that's unique? That would be interesting. Let me go ahead and also double check my my other icons that are here. Ah, cool. There is something we can find out this way, so I'm gonna put a quick pin on it, and we're gonna head that general direction. Mr. Jason says, we're basically a triangle, Mr. Coin. You're the approachable one. Carly is more willing to put her foot down, even though you would if necessary. And you're just staying out of it, so you go to, as you would go to the extreme. So we balance each other out. Yeah. But we take our cue from you, Mr. Jason. It's not like yes, extreme though you can sometimes be, We don't do anything without, like, asking what you want first. And that kind of determines what we do. And the manner in which we accomplish it, I think that is where we are kind of our own thing. I did say that we were going to be hunting monsters as well, just as a general reminder. So, you know, I do hope you guys get to enjoy all of the wonderful combat that we will probably be engaging in, like, over the next, I'd say, several streams. It's going to take us a while before we can even think about... I don't think so. But careful. Gotcha. You don't just mean it as a compliment, Mr. Coin? He just broke my bike. He just broke my bike. I forgot about Lionel's doing that. Oh no. It's fine. We have plenty of ore. I forgot about that. Gordo Goku says if you're a triangle, you would acute triangle. we would be acute triangle. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hearty har har. Mr. Jason says, but you are so honored to actually have a business owner within our ranks. Well, don't we have another one, Mr. Jason? But, yes, it is nice to have actual business people that do know how businesses work. We can research the structure all day long, but lived experience is extremely... I'm sorry. Carly was saying you were just telling Mr. Jason your friend said you look like a chihuahua. You're sweet and cute and look harmless, but will bite your ankles if you need to. Understood. Mr. Jason says you don't recall another one, Mr. Coin? Wasn't Helen a business owner, or did she work in a business? I could be misremembering. So I'm glad we get a chance to clean this little factoid up. Carly says, that's an award-winning business owner, actually. Oh, you have awards? Now I'm actually curious if you have them. Mr. Jason says, and with that quote by Carly, Mr. Coin is very... I'm not... Oh, God. Okay. Hold on. I should be focusing right now. Hold on. I also need to get you Novo back out. Carly says, yes, you've got 2 awards for your business. That's awesome. Absolutely amazing. Impressive work. You have to work really hard to get like any kind of accolades for business, so kudos to you for that. Mr. Jason says, oh, yeah, I mean, everyone can be pleased about rank, but I don't put that much stock in it, if I'm being completely honest. It's okay to be aware you exercise authority, but you should never brandish it unless you actually intend to use it. It's better off, you know, stowed as the very visible sidearm more than anything. And that's good to know, Carly. Thank you for that. Carly says, thank you, Mr. Coin. No problem. You've only been open 1.5 years. That is a short amount of time to get an award. Like I said, very impressive. Mr. Jason says, you agree, Mr. Coin? Carly certainly nailed that corner of the market. Too true. Now, I think we're tiring of combat music, so let's try to wrap this up, shall we? Oh, that shield broke. Well, thank goodness I have more of them. Gotcha. Sorry, I've lost a little bit of my honed edge against these. It's what happens when you choose to dodge as opposed to parry. Oof, and a half. Let's do it like this. Using a two-hander is kind of, you're not really incentivized to parry much. Bye. We're gonna put a stall right there. Mr. Jason says, as of Helen, oh, she worked in corporate. Okay, that makes sense. If you recall correctly. Yeah, I believe that's what she said when I was on her stream last time. Mr. Jason says, you are glad that Mr. Coin has a triangular face cam. If it was a circle, it would be pointless. Too true. Yeah, these honorable yet ferocious creatures were Lionels. They really don't take long before they start racking up damage. You really have to be on your toes with them, or you're gonna you might die the first few times you fight these. We're going to might as well head up the corridor, and we're going to need a new hover bike, unfortunately. Thanks, video game. Carly says, would you get an eye roll if you said they were kind of cute? No, not at all. There are people that have Lionel plushies. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, they end up in more interesting places than just plushies, but yeah, them being cute, that's perfectly reasonable. They're cute in the, very muscular sort of way. Let's see. This one that I'm going to is, I guess it's technically in... There are plushies. I'm pretty sure there's a Lionel plushie. And if not, I'm sure someone's Etsy'd one. Let me take a quick look. Okay, so not like an official plush, but yeah, people have made, Etsy's. People have made like Etsy plushies. You could probably buy one somewhere. They're probably reputable plush owners. Yeah, well, since there's not an official one, people tend to make their own plushies. If you do decide to, go the Etsy route, just kind of be careful. There are lots of things on Etsy that are considered scams these days, more than anything. It's like... Yeah, I can see it. There's, a natural clearing here. Uh, Mr. Jason says, the command, add cute. Carly has said something is cute. Count times. Fair. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, if it isn't cute, Carly could absolutely make it cute. You have zero doubts in Carly's skills. Oh, in Carly's skills. Oh, absolutely. Is there... Hold on. I believe there's a mask of these. Yeah, there sure is. Look, there's the little Lionel mask. This thing's kind of cute, kind of. And I don't doubt that you could cutesy anything. Yeah, but I'm sure people have made like replicas of these somewhere. It's a little button mat, like a sock puppet mask. It's kind of cute. I'm a bit indifferent to cutesy things, honestly. Like, if things are cute, they're cute, but you know, I don't lock in on that fact that they're cute either. That's just me. Carly says, give me some glitter and hair clips and you will 100% cutesy it. I bet. I definitely bet on that. Mr. Jason says you could give a Lionel a makeover and a manicure. Yeah, I could... Oh god, a bubblegum pink Lionel with a mani-pedi and a makeover would be hilarious. It would be cute, but it would be hilarious to have one in the game. I'm sure someone has done a model swap of, like, I don't know, My Little Pony characters, and let's go ahead and do this. Bye. Wow, that sure didn't really take very long. Yeah, glittery pink gel polish. Yep. I could absolutely see that. Sneaky River escargot. Sneaky River snail roasted whole in its shell. The meat is soft and a little chewy. Pulling all the meat from the shell in one go fills you with a sense of accomplishment. Cool, we need food. We're munching away on roasted fish and snails. Mr. Jason says you called Carly out in DMs ages ago, Mr. Coin. Oh, I mean, there's nothing wrong with cute, is there? Carly says you were playing the forest the other day and got sad because you had to kill a rabbit and it made you sad because they were cute. Fair. Oh no, yeah, if there is any game I am ever going to point to you and say, Carly, don't play it, it's gonna be, Red Dead Redemption 2. There's, like, a really sad, scene in there, if you are, like, an animal enthusiast, or generally like animals, you wouldn't like it that much. That's about as much of a spoiler as I'll say. I don't know if it's a mandatory cutscene or an optional one, but yeah, that is definitely on the list of don't be. I would just not be anywhere anywhere there. Mr. Jason says if you would say if you had £1 for every time that women said that something was cute, you'd be a millionaire. Oh, you'd probably be a quadrillionaire because women all over the world pretty much at every walk of life have either said that something was cute or the equivalent of cute. One of those two things. Carly says noted. You love animals more than most people. Respectable. Absolutely respectable. Mr. Jason says, following this channel's spoiler policy, Mr. Coin only gave you a lot light spoiler. Indeed. Sorry, if the stream is a bit crunchier than people would care for, let me know, and I'll see what I can do to fix it. Carly says most people suck. Animals are just cute and mind their own business. I think there are animals that... Animals mostly mind their own business. If you think they're cute, I won't dispute your opinion of that. I would only say probably not every animal out there is like cute all the time. I don't know. I'll just take a random one in the animal kingdom as an example. How about a wolf spider? You know, they're jumping spiders that basically kill their prey, or they wrap their prey in sort of a cocoon lasso and kill it with teeth. They're very physical spiders. Do I have this position right? I do. Okay, let me find the coordinates for this. Okay, yeah, we passed it, is what's happening. Mr. Jason says you don't have pets, but you do like that dogs give unconditional love, and cats are just there to push things off shelves. Yep. Classic pet things. Carly says, you mean Spidey gotta eat? That's true. Okay, so you respect the cycle of life on this planet. That makes sense. Gordy Goku says, be careful there. Oh, I'm very aware. I intend to find this. You know, presuming that it is here for me to find, and it is not the come back later and get it. Oh, hold on. That's still not quite right. Yeah, it's like over here in a clearing. Yeah, we've already passed it. This is like real touchy. But it's like across from like the giant tree. From that tree there. Somewhere around here. And I'm not seeing it, so that means gotta come back a different day. Gordy Goku says you're wanting the Gloom Hands. That is correct. Yes, I am in fact wanting them. And I believe it is a 30% chance for them to spawn per loading zone or per time you load. So if you don't ever, if you ever not see them, you kind of just have to... More north of here? Oh, so like here in this clearing. Except that wouldn't make any sense. Let me try something. Oh. Okay, yes. So what I have learned is that the interactive map is just straight up wrong in some places. So if this was ever an indication that you should probably use like an object map, there you go. Because I was looking here, and instead I should have been looking up north. So, I believe I'm still going to keep it for other reasons, but I think the Gloom Hands kind of have to also be something I track through the object map. But thank you for the warning, Gordo Goku. Much appreciated. Mr. Jason says, Australian spiders, the only ones in the world that come with their own health bars. That is true. Or how about the camel spider? Oh, those definitely come with their own health bar. They like to follow shadows. Fun fact. So if you ever notice a camel spider chasing you, it is probably not actually quite chasing you. It is chasing your shadow. If you move, it will move to go there to your shadow. It thinks there's prey there. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, huntsman spiders. I've heard about those. Yeah, they're the size of toilet seats. Wow. Yeah. Ugh. Could not be me. Mr. Jason says it'll be real handy if it would appear for you, Mr. Coin. Too true. Mr. Jason says he loved Yakuza games, Mr. Coin. The bosses have 1,000,000 health bars. That reminds me of Dungeon Fighter Online. It's like it's a Korean side-scrolling MMO, I guess. And it some bosses can have upwards of 40 health bars. Of course, you deal stupid amounts of damage in such a game, but all right, let's think about shooting some. Let's think about getting rid of this. And in that case, we're going to put this here and get rid of that. Oh, it was burning while this was happening. Oh, it's the club one. Of course. Oh, you thought you were gonna get me, huh? As long as you keep doing these high-flying leaps, come at me. Bye. I'll be taking that club, thank you. And your bow, too. Give me all of those. I will definitely remove one of these and grab the Demon King bow. Do I have... Okay. We do not need to worry about that. Alrighty. Well, that was fun. Thank you, Gordagoku. Much appreciated. Let's continue to kill some other enemies, eh? We have 88 stamps left to go, and I'm sure we will be able to mark a good chunk of them as we move forward. In fact, there is another one over this general direction that we could, wipe out if given the chance. Might as well do it on the way to the next sign more than anything. And if people are wondering, why the heck am I going around doing a monster tour, right? Why am I doing that? What purpose do I have in doing that? And my purpose is pretty straightforward. It is just it is more or less just, we got to get these medals done at some point. We're going to do this. That should help, at least for now. We have to get the monster medals done at some point, and so, well, the only real way to get them done is, to go around on the map, find each one, and do the fighting. That is pretty much the only way that's happening. What is going on? Where was this again? It should be south of there. Also, welcome on in, Mr. Fent. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Where is this? Do I have to add another one? Is this object map, or is this interactive map wrong again? Yeah, it is. It's not even close to that position. It would have been back here. In fact, I could literally see it. Carly says, why do you have so many bows? They are the object that I use the least of, perhaps, unironically. It's not that bows are bad. They really aren't. In fact, I have a really powerful bow I'm hovering my cursor over right now. But You know, most of the time what you're running through in this game is not... It is usually not, you know, ranged weapons. It is melee weapons. You run through these faster than dirt, you know, in a mud pile. There we go. So the thing has to be a certain angle, does it? Is that what I'm hearing, video game? We need these things to be at a certain angle before you jump. Sir Jason says I mean my Lionel bow is much stronger than that. I could try to like use the bow a bit more. Oh, careful. Hey, stop running around. Oh, that really didn't work as much as expected. Okay. Bye. Oh, how do we not have this before? I better take a picture of that. Mr. Jason says, I mean, my Lionel bow is stronger than that, Mr. Coin. Too true. It's a savage Lionel bow, right? 30 and a 32 times 5. Yeah, absolutely. Carly says, you're better with ranged weapons. Your go-to in a game like this would usually be a bow. I am better with ranged weapons myself. I often prefer that, but I'm even better with magic spells. I am much better with those. This Lionel Mage shield has been reinforced with armor and even more blades. Stronger in both defense and offense. It can tear through basic armor when deflecting. I did not want that, but thank you, video game. I will also probably not say no. That is a mighty bow? It would be best if I got rid of this one, then. Plus, you really only ever disable enemies on headshots with ranged attacks in this game, so you're going to be spending some amount of your time just going through and fighting enemies with melee weapons. It's a fact of life in Tears of the Kingdom, I guess is what I would probably say there. Okay, so we're going to put that marker here. That's about where he was. And I'll at least keep it to, like, see what's coming up ahead. How about that? And in the meantime, we can focus more on Addison, which will be a nice thing to do. Carly says, you'd probably be awful then. It's a matter of practice. That's really what it is. The game has tons of tutorials for you to practice with. You'd be better than you think. I didn't start out that great at Breath of the Wild era games. The only reason I'm even halfway near as good as I am is because of my time spent in Soulsborne titles, Lies of P, Steel Rising, like really arbitrarily difficult games. If it weren't for that, I would be messing up at least some of the time. Whenever Mr. Quinn streams, right? Yeah, you always think the highlights don't really have it that bad. Yeah, I could imagine. Mr. Jason says, excluding the Koroks, you would love to see Carly play Tears of the Kingdom when she gets a Nintendo Switch too. Right, Mr. Coin? I could see that, yeah. You know, at least give it an honest try. Ideally, though, you would find a friend first. Like demo the game. I don't know if Tears of the Kingdom has a demo. I don't think it does. So you're better off like watching the game a little bit or playing with a friend or something to figure out, or you could watch these streams. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, was for the message to Carly." In that case, yeah, it would definitely be worse. Troll level creators would be worse because reverse psychology things. Just simply reverse psychology things. People hate that stuff. If they're dealing with it consistently and regularly. You know, Bo Buddy, I gotta get you off my aircraft. Carly says, it very much looks like a game you would play. Yeah, it has like a... How do I word this? Well, I mean, you play Dead by Daylight, so I can't even say it's cutesy stuff. So, there's plenty to like. There's action. There's story. You know, just maybe think about not the Koroks, anything but those. That's what I would say there. Drop down one more time. Or that could happen. Alright, where is Mr. Addison? He's got to be around here somewhere. He should be like up the road a bit, right? Let's see if I'm right. Carly says, you've managed to even cutify your Dead by Daylight. Nice. That's probably got like a, you know, a baby punk zombie aesthetic to it or something, which would be really cool. Yeah, and glitch, right? You absolutely can fall through floors and glitch levels. Well, let's see. Was it in regard to... I have a tough time knowing where the chain of messages starts, but Mr. Jason says, you do not have to get the Koroks if you don't want to. Only if you want to be classed as insane, like me and good sir, Mr. Coin. Perhaps. And I'm using a map for, like, the second. I'm using a map for these. I was literally using a map for the Koroks because some of them are just... well, you've popped in and seen some of them, Carly, but some of the puzzles are, you know, ring a random bell in a town and get a Korok. Some others are go find a random rock. And you'll find a Korok. Some of the puzzle, and I think here's what I'll say, because, you know, this goes into video essay territory. The Koroks are very much one of those. I like the idea of them, but I do not like their execution. There are too many of them. They should have been like shrines, you know, where shrines have, you know, they're pretty big. Am I like missing something or what? Mr. Jason says, if anyone gets all 1,000 Koroks without a map or guide, they win the internet. Yes. I will never forget it. And they do win the internet. Carly says, knowing you'd find some without looking and be like, the F is that? That's what I thought with some of them too. When I wasn't using great maps to help me find things. I definitely thought that. I wonder if it's up here. I guess we're gonna try to see if Addison's around here holding a sign somewhere. Otherwise, I'm gonna be kind of upset. Yeah, it's like across the road, right? Negative 2757, negative 2263, 139.31. Carly says, what are you looking for at the moment? I am trying to find a sign-holding man by the name of Addison. 139. Oh, that'd be up there, I think. Yeah, they're like that coordinate is just a taller Y coordinate. This particular one is supposed to be next to the well, it would help if you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that. I know that's boring, but it's gotta happen. It's the part I don't like about being a content creator. That said, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour, so in about 3 minutes from now will be when we take that break. There will be a timer above my head when we do. It'll read for 3 minutes. During that time, I'll be up and away from my desk, so I highly encourage everyone to be doing the same thing. It'll make the break go by that much faster. Grab a snack, get a drink, whatever have you. And I promise you that it'll go over faster than you blink. When I return to my desk, when the timer is up, we can get right back to what we were doing. Promise. That said, let me see if I want to make sure. I want to make sure I've read all the messages. Gordy Goku says, awesome, you love Tears of the Kingdom. Lionel's nice. And although I did say hello to Mr. Fent, I do hope you are doing well, good sir. Hopefully you are well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. We are in the midst of doing cleanup, is what is happening. We are doing cleanup. Like Addison signs, monster hunts, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, if only there was a handy service that would allow you to design a website without any knowledge of code to denote all the locations of collectibles in this game. Ah, you mean the object map? Oh, you mean without knowing code. Oh, vibe coding. That's what's happening these days. It's a vibe code. Entrance to the canyon. Entrance to the canyon. Well, that would be further this way, not that other way. Alan says, you're not dead. Welcome back, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of trying to find this particular Addison location. We'll kind of go from there. Oh, hello. How is the... Remind me, if you don't mind, Aelin. Has the music festival for you happened already? Or is that to come yet? Gordu Goku says you want to say he was behind me before I jumped, but you're wrong a lot. No worries. I'm sure we'll see him eventually, and I can Google it during commercial break too. As you can see, my husband is too sick to move. I'm caring for him here. This is my fault. I wanted the two of us to have a wedding adventure. That has now proved to be unwise. He has a weak constitution by nature. Once before he collapsed from illness. A kind traveler helped me treat him then. I have since pushed myself to know the ways of medicine. Oh, we'll have to read this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. Let's catch up on chat and then we can keep things moving. Also, I've looked for where that particular Addison placement is, and he definitely isn't where the object map saying he is. He is in a different... He's like around that spot. You kind of have to get real specific. Well, thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I have since pushed myself to know the ways of medicine. It was only a matter of time before he would need more help. The return of my husband's illness is my fault, but I know what it will take to heal him this time. A medicine made from gliok guts. A gliok is a horrible creature that flaps across the sky, using huge wings. I know there's one that flies over Gerudo Canyon, but attacking it would be difficult. I will need to prepare somehow. Here, have one of my many guts. Could this be Gliok guts? How did you... No, there's no time for that. Forgive me if I go right to making my medicine. I know I could save him with it. Gordogoku says you just realized Zelda won't look at her since she's facing the other direction. What? What? I'm sorry. Wait. I'm sorry. My brain just kind of broke there. When you Zelda looking at her, like Zelda is. Oh, LOL. He won't look at her. Oh, you mean the guy on the mat, Link? No worries. Thank you for the corrections, Gordogoku. Thank you for that. Well, no, he's looking at her face. Now, of course, it's very hard for him to do this because Link's small. You know, I know what that feels like personally. You're kind of just staring up at someone and hoping that your eyes meet theirs so you know where to look properly. But there you go. Mr. Jason says it takes guts to just hand out one of those, Mr. Coin. Too true. You know you could save him with it. Tharkso, you're very welcome, madam. He's recovered fully, all because of you. Unbelievable, all of my agony just gone. I've been saved, thanks to the medicine my wife made out of Gliok guts. And, of course, you. I'm grateful to you for saving my true love from the bottom of my heart. Please, I want you to take this. You know what? 300 rupees for Gliok gut is perfectly fine with me. Gordogoku says, but when she's not looking at him, he won't look ahead as usual. You'll have to test that later. We've decided to continue our wedding adventure. I have promised not to push him harder than I should this time. Well then, Savork. True love in the wasteland. You delivered the Gliok guts that Milena needed to cure her husband Platt's illness. He's back in good health, so now they intend to continue on their wedding adventure. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, while you'll never get there again and you're not bothered by it, you do occasionally go to other channels and stick measure by saying, I'm on a channel as a jokes counter that resets weekly, but have managed to get it to 116 one week. Ah, yes, the stick of truth, as they say. The stick of truth. That certainly didn't take long. Okay, so I know that our dear friend, Mr. Addison, is supposed to be out near building supplies. Just look for building supplies and you've got it. Like, he should be right here. But he's not. Or like... I'm looking for like a little inset into the thing. Mr. Jason says you do love measuring sticks? They're called meter sticks, Mr. Jason. Yeah, look, the rocks are here, but the sign is not. Hold on. Well, I'm going to talk to you then. Bit of a night owl, aren't you? You came back. Thank you. I mean, the stable still is in operation, but it's nice to see a friendly face. Thanks to this extreme weather, almost no one rides through here. We get few visitors of any sort, so if you're looking for a place to stay the night, you'd give Karakara Bazaar a try. If you head out of here, turn west. And keep going and going. You'll find it in time. It's a bit of a hike, but if you could find some transportation at the desert's entrance, you can get there in a flash. As for my tidying, well, I found some stuff that's brought back memories and my progress has come to a nostalgic halt. I mean, the stable's like an old friend of mine. If you clean it up, you want to clean it up right. Give the proper respect, you know? Yeah, maybe we don't go hacking up those boxes. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Carly says the blue creature following you reminds you of the Shadow Army and solo leveling. I've not heard of, or I'm vaguely familiar of solo leveling, but I've never actually seen it before. Is that an anime? Gordo Goku says, did you know they aren't making meter sticks any longer? Too true. Hardy har har. In fact, pretty soon everything will be going the way of math. Carly says, yes, it is. You recommend? I'll keep your recommendation in mind. There's only one, I was about to say the name of the anime. There's only one anime I will probably be checking out right now. I'm not that much of an anime person, and that's Dungeons and Deliciousness. Or Delicious and Dungeon. There we go. The temptation is to say it the other way around. It is Delicious and Dungeon. And that is to understand properly the reference that my IRL friends are making with stuff in Dungeons and Dragons, or Pathfinder to be more specific. We're gonna sit by the fire until morning. We're gonna see if Mr. Addison shows his face. If not, I'm gonna be upset, because that means that Addison is missable. No, he's not there. He's just straight up not there. He should be here, because here are the rocks. And there should be a sign. What the heck? I might need to Google something real quick. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in Pokemon Legends Z to A DLC, there's a streamer that knows of you, and they were getting terrible donuts from an NPC known as Ancha. And you said, since the main ingredient is butter, you have to compliment her to butter her up. And the streamer said nice things, and then you immediately got an amazing one. And so you clipped it with the title, Troll Creators Are Always Right. Too true. The powers of psychic prediction, right? Gordo Goku says glitches, maybe? That's certainly possible. We'll try. It is possible I may have to reload the game. Because here's the funny bit. Yesterday, we happened to actually see him during Flyby. And didn't do anything about it. So, I don't know. It better not be a glitch, I guess is what I'm gonna get at now. It better not be a glitch, or I'm gonna be mad. It ought to be, like, right down, like, right over here somewhere. Just want to make sure I've really confirmed what I'm looking at. Yeah, so like here's that like entryway, and it would be literally right here. Okay. If not, I'll try reloading the game and see what happens. Just like a complete and utter reload. And I'll have to hope that's good enough. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, you've more or less mastered the craft of taking a situation and either saying, yep, that was troll creators, or troll creators could make that worse. Yeah, he's just not there. He should be. We haven't done that sign yet. Alright. Let's try loading a different area, and then loading that area back. I'm trying to, like, do a dozen different things to just double check. It's also possible the object map is just wrong this time. I have had one instance where something wasn't quite accurate on the object map, but I really don't want to even think about that right now. All right. Right over there. Yeah, that, like, reverse psychology and prediction based on limited outcomes is something that troll level creators are just generally good at. Some of them even take to canvassing specific streamers to learn all of their habits, all of them. What is this? He should be right here. Alright, let me try to look around. It is certainly possible it could be somewhere else. I hope there's not like a time-sensitive trigger to this. Mr. Jason says, right, Mr. Coin? Let me look. Yeah, yep. Your run, it's not always a guarantee that it's dead. But there is a chance that if you bump into it, it dies. It just kind of depends on the troll. Sometimes the troll levels are as simple as, I guess we're gonna save. I guess we're gonna have to restart the game. Just try again. Maybe a hard pass. Gordo Goku says he's not usually time sensitive, but it could happen. He better not be. He better not be. I'm gonna be hella mad if he is. Time sensitive things are usually supposed to be like, you know, like said, like the game is supposed to mention them. Okay. Some are saying, you know, sometimes there's stuff going on in the background, and if that happens with your Switch, just try opening and like closing and reopening the game. Yeah, there he is. Is this gonna be an issue every single time this happens? It's kind of nuts. Okay, something like... something like this, basically. That's bonkers. Yeah, Carly, that your inquiry is correct. Super Mario Maker 2 basically pulls from an inquiry of levels. There is a tagging system, if I remember right, in Super Mario Maker 2, kind of like Questmaster, which is a similar kind of like dungeon builder level, or like a dungeon builder type game. It does pull from a library, but the difference there is with Questmaster, you have to pull from the library is just visible. Like you know the library is there. With Super Mario Maker 2, you can go through and not look at the library at all, which is what endless mode is. And depending on the difficulty tagging, you could end up with, well, any level. And Troll is not a tag that Nintendo has. So because Troll is not a tag that is permissible by Nintendo, a troll level can show up anywhere, including the very first level, too. Usually. Sometimes. So because of that, yeah, they can kind of just show up at random. I missed one Mr. Jason message, Mr. Coin. Right. Your 6th level, now gone, was so infamous that a streamer within the TCC wrote a note with the level code saying, "Do not play." I can imagine. I can imagine. Alan says, "You're dead now?" Well, did you find something funny, Alan? Or, you know, what moment has been killing you? If and you don't mind my asking. Mr. Jason says some people want SMM3 to have a troll filter or troll tag so they can filter them out. They absolutely should. They absolutely should. And then endless modes should definitely not be taking troll levels into account when they're pulling from the library of levels, like, as much as possible. Like, just put a tag there, and then Nintendo's like, okay, here's the deal. Trolls based on mechanisms are fine. Trolls based on glitch behavior is bad. No glitch behavior, ever at all. Or the level is banned and you are banned. Straight up. That would be where I would expect the corporate line to fall. Carly says, if it was your first level, you delete the game and return the Switch. Oh, yeah, rip. Very rip. Alan says, no, you're just dead. Rip me. Well, you can't be. Or you know what? Maybe, Alan? Maybe. Just maybe. If you're dead... What's it look like in the underworld right now? What are you seeing? The spirits of the dead? Are you seeing the spirits of pets long since passed? How about Scrooge or the ghost of Christmas Present? Seeing any of those? Give them my regards if you see any of them, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, getting 2 levels in endless, and 2 trolls in a row in endless mode back to back is, yeah, that's awful. All right, Addison, get to work. Don't stand there pondering. Get to work. Alan says just chihuahuas down here, and it's not that hot, actually. Nice. Nice. Oh, chihuahuas. Oh, I suppose those are kind of the animals that you would see in the underworld. How about camel spiders or huntsman spiders or other sorts of gnarly, deadly creatures, king cobras, that kind of thing. Seeing all of that down there, or simply chihuahua things. Mr. Jason says there are 2 types of people that play troll levels. People who genuinely like trolls, people who hate themselves. I mean, you haven't shown... No one has shown me the Venn diagram where it is just 2... Those are not just 2 circles. There is some overlap. As I often say in gaming, there is a circle of hell in gaming that everyone will find and enjoy. Where it's like, it's jank, but it's good jank, and they don't mind it. Sometimes that circle of hell is Majin Tensei 2. Sometimes that circle of hell is, you know, Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1. And sometimes that circle of hell is getting over it. Or, you know, or like, what is it? Up? Just up? Jump up? I forget exactly what game that was. It's like basically the spiritual successor to getting over it. Alan says it's like Florida weather and there's free Wi-Fi, so yeah. Nice. I mean, at least hell has Wi-Fi. Alan says if it's a circle of hell, maybe you can find it. Perhaps, but you would definitely have to cross the river Styx to maybe find the particular circle of hell I'm talking about. Alan says only up. Oh, only up. Yep. Okay. I should have remembered it was only up. Whoopsie. Mr. Jason says... Oh, nope. Okay. All right, let's get back to piloting and looking for more Addison locations. And I guess we can also, like, go after... we can continue to hunt other stuff as well. Yeah, we have quite a few people that have dealt with hell, you know, in SMM2. Like, really, a really hellish, a really awful circle of hell in the TCC, and they have been commemorated with an appropriate historic role for that. Carly says, you've seen the tag, but yet to meet someone with it, you'll have to introduce me to one. I'm sure Mr. Jason would have zero problems doing just that. No, I don't want to do the auto build. Why is this on a stand? What? And also, where are the construction materials? Oh, I'm willing to bet the construction materials are, like, over here somewhere. Like boxes. Like that, yeah. Yeah, Complex David is one of our champions, yes. And he's still sane somehow. Well, like I said, circles of hell. There is one, the official TCC Super World. Which is that, Mr. Jason, is the TCC Super World available for, I need to see which way this is gonna fall, but I think it's gonna fall this way. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna do this. Huh. I'm wondering if it's gonna make me just try to find building materials somewhere else. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Take one of these. Maybe try to, like, secure it and otherwise keep it from falling over. Let's see if this works. Mr. Jason says the TCC Superworld, Mr. Coin, has its own policies, and the Superworld is only for established Castle legends. Right, that makes sense. Aelin says you're playing a game where your best melee weapon is an effing fish. Nice! Fish are also very prolific at SMM2, Mr. Jason says. They are. It wouldn't be like Dark Cloud, would it? I know, like, Dark Cloud is a game that has a fish for weapons. It's not the only game. Pretty much any sword user in, like, a Tales game also can sometimes has fish as joke weapons. Mr. Jason says, someone died in one of your levels after 2 hours to a fish. Hilarious. Aelin says, a northern pike to be specific, and it's called Once Human. Oh, hold on. I think I know the game you're talking about. Let's see if my memory is correct. Oh, okay. Not really what I was expecting, but I think I've seen this, like, once or twice. I think an associate of mine named Reaver was playing it. That's hilarious. Carly says you ordered food and you just checked the little map to see where they are, and somehow they are 2 towns over in the complete opposite direction of your house. Oh no, that would be... hopefully they're heading closer to your house and not further away from your house. Mr. Jason said, yeah, it does kind of sound like every a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm still baffled that the UK allows this delivery company to exist. I just don't understand why they get so many complaints of like missed shipments. I can't. Like, if the U.S. Postal Service did this, people would be like writing angry letters and demanding that, you know, the mail be handled differently, or like the packages are handled differently. Carly says it appears they are moving in this direction. You'll see. Yep. I hope they are heading closer to you, and that nothing untoward has happened with your food. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, so this website exists. Yeah, avoid every. You showed that to me. It's wild that someone literally made a website just for that." It's baffling that is allowed. Okay, that one is on the surface, but these two, are also on the surface. Okay, but are in a different region, so we should wait. Okay, they don't cycle. I was worried that they would, that the 2 of these rewards were either the same or they cycled. They don't. It's random. Carly says you once had a package with 400 pounds worth of product for your business left out in the rain behind the bin because they said you weren't in. You literally were in all day and watched the guy drive off. He didn't even knock. Yes, Addison's haircut is a choice. However, it is predicated by this, which Hudson was like the original haircut being a choice. Dude has like omega hair, like omega bowl hair. Curly says he looks like an acorn. He kind of does look like one, yes. I would definitely agree with that. I actually wasn't going to say anything, specifically because, you know, I don't want people pinning that as like a an awful thing to say. Carly says, oh my god, it's giving bowl cut final boss. Bowl cut final boss? Our bowl cut, well... I guess bowl cuts are kind of hard to, like, do right, aren't they? Alan says Addison looks like a penis unironically. I wasn't gonna say that, dang it. But that is also correct. He does kind of look like one. Well, there definitely are not children here, so we should be okay. Oh man. Let's find a different subject besides Addison's and I guess by extension Hudson's look. Mr. Jason says there might not be children here, Mr. Coin, but the parents are certainly watching. This is true. This is probably a good time to say, you know, this is an 18+ environment. You know, people are going to talk about things that are sort of not, that are not above board. the humor can get a little bit dirty. So if there are children watching, parents, please, 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 please be in attendance with your children. Please, you know, watch what they're watching. Don't let them use the internet by themselves. That is just a recipe for disaster. And I'm being so real right now. Just don't. Okay, so we have. Okay, yep, that one's gonna be over there. All right, let's go. We're gonna go deal with Addison first, and then I think we'll start heading along the highlands to catch some of these other lovely critters that we want to be fighting. That we want medals for. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, you just thought of a little corporate joke, Mr. Coin? Do tell." Alan says, "Your parents let you use the internet freely, and you were just fine." Oh, sure. My parents let me use the internet freely, and I turned out fine with the few cracks down the side. I've told this story before. Not much happens in my life, so I do apologize if I repeat stories, but I used to be a World of Warcraft raider back in the day. Yes, I know, stinky, sweaty MMO player. Ugh. I used to be one of those, and unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I was a raid lead in a couple of the expansions. Like, I had my own raid team and everything, and during that time, we had a healer who was not the most consistently reliable person. His performance was great, but you couldn't quite tell if he was gonna be around. And you know, I get it. He was a military dad. Like, he was there until he wasn't. Got it. But I, as a relatively young, not quite adult person, no, I was like an adult, but I was too young to be holding that secret, that kind of secret. I learned that healer was having an affair. That's who he was. He was a healer in our raid group. He was having an affair on his wife with another person in his unit. The marriage was kind of loveless, you know, whatever reason you want to put in there, that is what he was doing. Not only that, like, I say affair, he technically separated before the affair happened, but he hadn't yet divorced. So because he hadn't yet divorced his previous spouse, I would still say that's cheating. At least in my eyes. I don't know how anyone else sees that, but I would consider it cheating. Like, if you're intending to separate and then cheat on your significant other, just divorce. Literally go through the divorce proceedings, and then it will be just fine. And there would be less of a problem. How do I want to say this next part? Ideally without getting, like, super explicit. So I'll just, like, try to come out and say it. And we also need to put something on the sides or it's just gonna topple over. Yeah, I think that's what's probably gotta happen. Just at least keep it from, like, moving forward. I shouldn't have been privy to that information, and also it wasn't clear until after the fact. It wasn't clear until after the fact, and after I had already participated in, like, harboring a secret, that it became an issue. Also, I just harbored a lot of other secrets during that time, but Mr. Jason says the things that me, you, and Carly do within the TCC are above board. I see what you did there, Mr. Jason, I do. Aelin says, damn. Well, and then they go on to say, oh, if they already agreed to stop being in a relationship, then it's fine. Well, the issue is it happened during separation, right? I also only heard one side. So I'll never know if he lied to me, if this military individual lied to me. Because I'm not owed the truth, right? It's not my business. I'm not owed an explanation. But I just don't think other people should be privy to your marital issues, you know, unless they're a therapist or, you know, you need that person to talk to, and like, you know, then even then only just one individual, and that's pretty much it. I was not the only person he talked to about this. Okay, this isn't working. It's like this. Come on. Okay, this isn't working. I probably need to figure out what to do next. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, or can't you just talk to Addison while standing on it? Maybe. It's possible. I'll try. I'll leave you to it. It's gotta be what, like this? So I don't get pushed around or moved? Like that. Oh, that is an Alexandri maneuver if I've ever seen it. That is funny. That's hilarious. Quickly, I'm all holding up. You put it together, Mr. Addison. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, it's worse than you thought, Mr. Coin. Avoid Every has 20 pages of retailers that use Every. Has Hotel Chocolat entered the picture somewhere in there? That would be a real nightmare. Mr. Jason says, wait, no, some say no. Yeah, when I looked at it, they were compiling a list, so I'm pretty sure you can sort it by yes and or no. Yeah, it just holding the fact that, you know, my dad and my mom separated. Like, I'm saying this story is a bit more personal for me. That, like, this story I'm telling is personal and hits home for me because, you know, I had to be the bearer of bad secrets. And this is the type of stuff that no matter what it is, it should not be something affecting raid teams. But it is, because I guess that's life. Mr. Jason says, it's an epidemic. Too true. Mr. Jason says, yeah, I believe I covered that message just now. Thank you. Carly says, you feel like if Hotel Chocolat was on there, we would never hear the end of it? Yeah, I don't think I would hear the end of it either. And, yes, Aelin, I believe Carly answered it, but I'll make sure I put the answer on air. It is a delivery company that apparently is responsible for losing, what was it, Mr. Jason? 8 million pounds worth of merchandise at the end of 2024? Or was it 16 million pounds? Aelin says, so FedEx, but worse? Every makes FedEx look like a competent delivery company, Aelin. I'll put it that way. It makes Temu services look good. If I had to, like, give a comparison. Carly says, too true. You think Hotel Chocolat runs through his veins? It probably would if he had the option. Never go without the sweet bliss of Hotel Chocolat. Now with 100% more extra formula. I have no idea if Hotel Chocolat is just a fancy chocolatier, or if they have anything in there. If they have anything with how they make the chocolate that is different from other chocolatiers. Like, is it just technique, or is it something else? I'm okay with either, of course. Just, you know. The truth. You want to know for the truth, like facts. Mr. Jason says the title of an article from last year says every estimates that they will lose 8 million parcels. It's parcels, not pounds, parcels this year. And it's only February. I can't fathom why you would be allowed to continue operating as a shipping and delivery company if you're losing all these packages. Like 8 million of them. Never mind what the estimated pound value is. I can't with real life right now. I mean, I'm sure FedEx has lost like a similar... Okay, I say similar. Like I said, every makes FedEx look competent. I'm sure FedEx has lost packages before, but nothing totaling 8 million. Nothing totaling 8 million. I gotta look this up. I need to know if this is like... So, if this is a stat that could be tracked. No, that's Reddit. I'm getting a bunch of stories. I'll have to look at it over break. Mr. Jason says, you forgot to mention something. You took Mr. Coin on a very interesting trip the other week with a few phrases from the Cockney rhyming slang. The Cockney rhying slang? Yeah, that was a very sourdough experience, I'm sure.
Sure, Jan.
Fun times in air quotes. It was certainly an experience. That's for sure. Also, I sure Jan that because, I'm certainly not... That wasn't a joke. That was more of a retort. I found it was two Y's instead of RYE, but I felt I could probably make the joke out of that anyway, or attempt to make the joke or retort out of that. I think I think that definitely at least fit the spelling of the word, if nothing else. Let me just double check. Yeah, rhyming slang. Yep. Oh, that was good. Like I said, I suck at jokes, but my retorts are great. I just don't do them often because it's easy to get mean-spirited with them. Mr. Jason says, in America, as it is so massive, you have to take your jam jar on the frog and toad. What I heard is gibberish. What I heard is, I know what it is. That's the sad part. That sticks in my mind. I literally know it's saying you have to take your car on the road. I hate that I know this. I hate that I remember it. I just... No, thank you. Just... Wait, what? What? Oh, can we literally... Oh, this is solid. You need to do this. Or we need to get like a big platform. And probably make two... Like, put this in the middle, maybe? Like so. Well, it would help if it were centered right. Like that. Mr. Jason says, one of the many things that you like about Mr. Coin is that he looks mighty fine in his tit for tat. Yeah, I'm surprised no one's redeemed the hats yet. User 11, like, really does quite like, the trilbies. I'm wearing purple, so it would be the, crimson trilby today. I have other hats too, but...
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
All right. Well, I did say it into existence. Thank you for the redemption, Aelin. Mr. Jason says to get to your room, you have to use the apples and pears. Yeah, yep. It happened. It happened. We have started Mr. Jason down the rabbit hole once again. Okay, can we slot it like this? It would help if I could actually see what I was doing. What? Now that is in the thing. And if we just do this, yeah, it can kind of treat it like a sandwich. Mr. Jason says you could have a second redeem for that, Mr. Coin. Mr. Tat, time to wear the hat. I guess. What? You know what? We'll try it. So Carly says you're gonna melt the poor guy's brain. Don't worry, Carly. It has already happened. He melted my brain the first time he did this. It was 2.5 solid hours of these Cockney rhyming slangs. All right, it's standing. Quick, get to work. Alan says boom bich. I think I'm gonna start adding some phlegm to those curse words. That'll be enough to you know liven them up. Alan says you want to hear some of those Cockney whatevers. I mean, Mr. Jason's been spitting them out for quite a hot minute. You had the apples and pears, which is stairs. You had tit for tat, which is hat. You had jam jars, which is cars. And then you had the frog and toad, which rhymes with the road. The fact that I remember all four of these is cursed material. But Mr. Jason is more than welcome to tell you about the rest if you like at this point. Like we've already spat them out. He's already spat them out. It's fine. Carly says, poor Mr. Coin, I salute you, friend. Thanks. It honestly, I'm hamming it up. It's fine. I'm mostly just baffled that the, Cockney rhyming slang is a thing and that you could still read it like it's a whole sentence. But if you don't know the Cockney rhyming slang, then it loses its meaning. Like, it has no meaning. You replaced one word with three, and you lost the entire meaning of the sentence. No one knows what a jam jar is, except for people who use Cockney rhyming slang. Also, you must be hungry after all that hard work. Oh, I mean, at least at least there's something for all this. Yes, go on and put your signs other places, Mr. Addison. Put them some other place. And let's find the next one. Carly says, not gonna lie, even in the area you live, it's hard to understand sometimes. Oh, like the English accents, that type of thing. Carly, do I have that right? Like Cockney English versus Oxford English. And while I guess if I'm asking that, like, what are you more familiar with, Cockney English or Oxford English? I myself am like more familiar with Oxford English, but you know, I read dictionaries as a kid, so. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. I'll wear the hat for like another minute. Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging with me and for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't like very much, which is why it gets automated. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. Like at the top of the hour, you know, there will be a timer that pops above my head. It'll last for 3 minutes. During that time, I typically get up and get a stretch. So I encourage everyone else to take a break at the same time. You know, grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever really, or don't. I'm not your boss. Spend those 3 minutes however you like, but once I return, you know, the commercial break should well and truly be over, and we can get back to what we care about, which is the gaming and the wonderful quality conversation and the jokes and other stuff. Let's see. Alan says, hey, what's the hardest accent to understand? Irish, Scottish, or English? I would say Scottish. More phlegm in Scottish, number one. And number two, I'm pretty sure Scottish is closer to Gaelic than Irish is, if I remember right. But, you know, I am the great-grandson of a Scotswoman, so take my word for what it is, which is a pale imitation of the real thing. You should probably listen to Irish and Scottish side by side, and you'll have a better idea of what that is. Mr. Jason says you feel like Irish, and it's worse if they get drunk. Oh, I didn't think about that. I would definitely say the Scottish are very much worse. Like, the slurring makes the Scottish indecipherable. Carly says, yeah, you're more Hampshire English? Or Hampshire? Is it Hampshire or Hampshire? I would say Hampshire, but I'm a filthy American, so what can I say? You could drive probably an hour and change the dialect entirely where you are. Makes sense. England's kind of a semi-small place. Mr. Jason says the oh, yeah, it was. It rubbed off. Hampshire? Okay, so I had it right the second time. Makes sense. I'll go ahead and take this off. Carly says, perfect timing. Your Taco Bell's arrived. Enjoy. Taco Bell's too painful for me to eat, but I'm glad you enjoy it. Alan says the coinversation. I know that wasn't a joke, but that was funny, so it's getting added. Yes, the coinversation. Mr. Jason says, nice, Aelin. Join us for the conversation. Mr. Coin, you need to add that. Do I? Am I just going to be inserting coins into every word? What is this, slot machines?
Sure, Dan.
Carly says your favorite Welsh word is poppity ping. It means microwave. I'm sure I've butchered the Welsh there. Mr. Jason says, okay, this was the Hampshire correction. Yeah, okay. Carly says you've heard Taco Bell here is very different to the States. Oh, well, I mean, Taco Bell in the States is like one of the cheapest things ever. Like, the food is fine. You get a lot for your value. Just me and my horrid guts do not like it. See you guys after the break. Sorry, was checking something right when that message came up. Welcome back, everyone. I'm so sorry about that. Hopefully we got something we wanted out of a commercial break. Certainly not the ads, but maybe something you wanted to get done, of course. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let me check on chat here. Okay. Chat seems to be fine. So, let us continue where we left off. Mr. Jason says it just works. Yes, but I don't want to say conversation every time we have one. Mr. Jason says, you got what you wanted from the commercial break, Mr. Coin. The eventual return of Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Yes, what people want from the commercial break is in fact the end of the commercial break. That is absolutely correct. Mr. Jason says, but it's just one more letter. It works. Yes, the issue is I'm gonna. Okay, I didn't say this before. I'm gonna say it now. The issue is if I start doing that, it's gonna unironically slip into my real speech that I have with people in the real world. Like, I unironically, I think that's gonna happen, and when it does, I'm gonna get laughed out of the room. Like, people will not take me seriously. Then again, people don't take me seriously anyway, so what else is new? I don't know. It's one of those, I want to do it, but why is this pre-built? Do I want to know why this is pre-built? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, this is like, what? Oh, okay, it does in fact just slide. Unfortunately, the sides of this thing do have to be stable, or we're definitely not going to be, we are most assuredly not going to be, this thing's not going to be weighed down enough, and it'll just slip. Like this. Let's see if that works. This is like an iframe with a lip. Well, welcome on in, Alundra. Oh, I think I know what we're setting up here. Okay. I'm waiting with, you know, bated breath to see what is happening here. What? Oh, there's not enough bracing at the bottom. Mr. Jason says you're setting up absolutely nothing. So you say. Yeah, I can see what the game means. Yeah, this is not stable. So let's fix that. Whenever we get the opportunity, video game, I would love to fix this. Like so. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily trust that. I do in fact think the up to something is definitely happening. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Carly. Just gonna slide this in. Like so. I'm going to hope that this works. Maybe after putting some bracing at the bottom. Like this. Let's try this creation. There we go. So Jason says you feel called out right now? As you should. That said, I'm sure what you're setting up is a joke or, you know, not anything sinister. Like, I don't have anything to worry about. Usually when you do this sort of thing, it's for a joke. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yes, Addison, I would in fact like you to finish setting up. Sir Jason says, oh no, no joke. You're just talking to yourself? Okay. So you say, Mr. Jason, I believe that.
Oh.
Okay. So we have... See, what ones have we done? I was really bad at marking these off the map. I should probably also add. So I'm going to fix that. Did that one by the tower. We did that one over here. Yeah, I think we did actually do all the Addison signs. And that one I just did. Okay, I believe we are actually done with all of the Addison signs in that area. So it is just... Do we want to clod hop to the depth? I feel like if I do that, I should probably just like... I don't know. I feel like if I do that, the correct answer should be to just like go region by region then, rather than do anything else. Okay, I can be convinced to do that. We're gonna head over here, probably get the Lionel that is up here, probably, and then head over to the depths. And just, like, finish rounding off enemies. Oh, no, wait, is that a Lionel horn? What? Okay, now I need to see what this object is for a different reason. Mr. Coin, Carly asked for a little hint of where you are in the UK, and she said, it's not like you're asking address, just want to know the accent. Ah! You need to know what hitman accent to listen out for, she says. And you said, if you told her that, you wouldn't be a very good hitman, now would you? And then she said, what is this emote? It always likes to not tell me what this is. Yes, the melty emote. Mr. Jason says you asked her permission to send. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the melty emote, for whatever reason, I'm just not being shown this. It appears as 2 white circles, which I don't think is how the melty emote is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a melty smiley face, right? On the ground with like a puddle in it. It's that one right over there. Yeah, okay, so something with Twitch chat is not right on my side. Let me see. That's really strange, because don't I have 7TV integration in chat? I need to look at this for myself now. I guess I don't. No, it does. I do have it. Okay. That is interesting. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, even among people that you consider best friends like you and Carly, Mr. Coin, you are very selective of what you provide. Oh, yeah, you don't want to dox yourself. Like, that makes... like, I totally get that. Yeah, I'm also fairly selective of what I provide. You know, I basically don't even mention like the state that I live in at this point. The most I'll give is like a 2-state area. If and only if that. Mr. Jason says, oh no, Mr. Coin, above that, you're incredibly selective. Selective? You're so selective. We have an ongoing joke about you being a hitman. Yeah, well, I mean, Carly did say it first. Okay, so what is the deal with this icon? Why is this here? And this is the right spot, right? Yeah, it looks like it. There's no Lionel here, it's just a mace horn. But, you know, then again, I probably would also have a similar mentality. And one more for good measure. I like how he's fully upright, too. That's hilarious. I gotta keep that as a memento. Oh, let's not do that. Oh, you really thought you were doing that? Bye. Wow, that Mr. Jason says, "Oh, I bet you get a frozen moblin statue now in Terrytown." You think so? I guess that could be worth a try. Yeah, I've never actually thought I never actually thought about freezing a statue or freezing a person like that. Sure. Okay. I think what the game is trying to tell me, or what the object map is trying to tell me, is that this horn it wants to pull out is, in fact, something different. It's worth a try. At least it would add to the coinversation. Fair. Alright, we'll try it. And then we'll go into the depths and clear up, like, stuff in the Gerudo Canyon depths. We'll do that. Sure. What, probably over here? Yeah, over here. That's gonna rub off. I'm gonna have to, like, start, like, trying to glaze past reading it. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Here's a question I think I could ask people. Have you guys had speech just rub off on you? I'm not talking, like, lingual drift, right? Like, you know, everyone uses a word a specific way, and so you just adopt it eventually. It is the... it's like, oh, there's a specific word you never knew before, or had never known it had a use case for that until now. And so, you know, insert the scenario here. Is there a word that you've added to your repertoire because someone else has said it? Etc., etc. Jason says you're actually genuinely hoping for a frozen moblin now? Well, there's only one way to find out. Thank you for all your help with the monster sculptures. Yep. Sure. How about this picture? Carly says, honestly, half the words Mr. Jason says. That's fair. I mean... More acorn people. Yes. The bigger, better acorn person. You have an artist's good taste. Could I borrow that picture? Right, I'll get it built before you say son and done. It's probably not going to be frozen. It's probably not going to be frozen. I can just feel it. It's going to be what the monster is. Son and done, as promised. It's okay, so he kept the pose. He did not keep the freezing, but he kept the pose. quality all around. This must be put on the display too. Go ahead and decorate the stage with it as you see fit. Carly says, is he the OG acorn guy from the picture? Yes, that is Hudson. Hudson had the acorn hair. Absolutely. Yes. Addison was the smaller, scrawnier person with the acorn hair. He was trying to be just like Mr. Hudson. Alan says, it looks like me after I did your mother. I guess it's what they all say, huh? Carly says, what the hell are you looking at right now? What was that? That is a moblin. Let us place that... let us place this pitiable moblin right here. With his head not even remotely... with not even his head. He's just not looking at anyone. Like... Okay, but they won't demo him unless it's the ones Kilton is asking for. Okay. Carly says, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, you suppose. I mean, that is generally a true sentiment, Carly. I would agree with that. Gordo Goku says, yes, the exact picture you take is how it will come out. That one is funny. Yeah, it's just like, his face. You can zoom in and get the real detail. Yeah, the red eyes with the yellow pupils. Mr. Jason says tomorrow is Saturday. That it is. That it is, good sir. Just another work day in the TCC. I sure hope I'm gonna be able to wake up on time because of the late stream we're doing today. That could be a concern. Carly says if even you couldn't cutesy that thing. Oh, I'm sure you can come up with a few things. I mean, just you know, put on a few more clothes, touch up the nails, put on some shoes, and maybe like put a nose ring in there, and put maybe powder face. Yeah, I don't know. It might be more goofy than cutesy. I guess let's go talk to Kilton and see which picture he wants. We keep bringing these wonderful monster sculptures to life. Yep. Cool. Got a monster in mind? I'm so happy we could work together once again. Yeah, how about a large sculpture? Mr. Jason says, just another work day in the TCC. Right, I already read that. If you don't, we can postpone. You have that ability. The only time I could maybe foresee that is next Saturday. So not this Saturday, right? This Saturday is just, can I wake up properly? And as long as I go to bed early enough, I can. But next Saturday, the 17th, I may want that day off. To like prepare for, you know, my real life friends that day. That might be the only thing I ask for. I have 2 such days like that this month, but that could be discussed in private, more than anything. Carly says, I mean, it does definitely have a lot of nails to work with. Yes, that is true. Yes, moblins have long nails. You could add some eyelashes and colorful bandages. Yeah, see, splash of color fixes things right up. Mr. Jason says you did have to laugh, though, Mr. Coin. You do love that Carly literally said you're giving person a week. Yeah. Yep. We don't have time for that. We got a lot of people doing that lately. Or, like, at least a handful of people doing that in different ways. And we need to be moving past that. as a organization. We just have to be doing that. I don't know what that's gonna... I don't know what the end result of that is going to look like yet. But, I think we'll be better in the long run after having accounted for all of those people. Gordogoku says, did I hear someone say you could only make... Did you hear someone say that I could only make the monster that Colton wanted? No, no, no. I said I'm only doing the ones Colton wants right now. Because those are the ones with quests. Unless he has a quest for literally every single one in the book, and in which case, okay, we can begin to work on that. Because you can make whatever you want right even now, as long as it's in the album. If you heard, maybe that was in your head. No, it wasn't in your head. It's just the words were kind of swapped a bit. So, yeah, I want to make sure we do the quests first. And the moblin can stay there as a funny demonstration. Carly says you're a busy woman. You can't be chasing people. Too true. It also takes up my time when people are wafting about, so... it's good that we get people to lock down. In that case, I'd love for you to make a Frox. Truth be told, when it comes to the Frox, I've only heard secondhand stories. I'm told its body is knoblobity with bumps and lumps and quite gigantic in size. You don't know words, Kilton. Its gaping mouth goes nom 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 nom. And it's got big tusks too. And finally, it said the Frox lives deep down in the vast, dark places. Big monster, small monster. If I can have a detailed picture of the thing, you can make a sculpture of it. Okay, well, make sure to get the blue-fanged ones. I hope. If you have more monster pictures, please share them with us. They're most useful in the making of sculptures. Monsters Collection 4. Yeah, Kilton is asking for a sculpture of a Frox. Hudson said he could make one if he had a detailed picture. All right. In that case, we're going to head into the depths. We're going to swap maps. I'm going to make sure this is right. And our very first stop is going to be the depths, because the Gerudo Dark Skeleton has a thing we can go find. As soon as I can get my... We have a Phantom Ganon to find here. Gordogoku says you didn't want the person saying that to be misunderstood. Correct. Right. You didn't know you had said it, or you would have let it go. No worries. Yeah, no. You can do this you can do any of the sculptures anytime. I just don't want to preempt Kilton. Because I am trying to show off as much dialogue as I can, and part of that is not skipping or sidestepping quests too much. I've actually done a really bad job of that in the Gerudo Canyon. There were quite a few quests we just got done by virtue of me exploring and then going and finding the NPC, which is not right. But it happens in games like this, especially if you do explore first and then go back and try to, like, find quests. It's just bound to happen. So the dialogue is, like, the one thing I'm really not holding a super high standard on. I want to see a lot of it. As much of it as we can. But if we miss something because we've already done the quest, I'm not gonna... you know, cry and pitch a fit about it. Welcome on in, Char Dreamer. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both, you know, body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Hi, Coin and Carly. Can't stay long, but thank you for being amazing. You're welcome. Anytime. No, not a problem. You're keeping your promise? Yeah, I can see this. You've come in at a great time. We are in the midst of cleaning up enemies and Addison signs. We're in the midst of cleaning up a lot. Is this right here? Where is this exactly? Oh, it's like toward the ribs of the dark skeleton. Okay, so it's over here. We need to keep going this way. Ah, right there. Aelin, this one is for you. All right, which variant are we getting? Spear, okay. Gotcha. Alan says, oh, a body was found behind a Chili's? That's unfortunate. God, I hope no one else is, like, dead or whatever. That sucks. I hope the police can get to the bottom of that. Char Dreamer says, you both work really well. Mr. Jason should be proud to have you two. Thank you, Char Dreamer. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, I am glad you think so, Mr. Jason. Carly says thank you. Thank you, Char. You're very sweet. I'd say so. Alan says, and just like that guy, Char's English is dead. That's not great that you said that. Please don't say that. Or if you're going to say it, maybe consider, like, I don't know, DMing that to me. I don't know. All right. I believe you. Jokes are fine. Just don't target them at people. Jokes in the game, however, jokes for game NPCs are perfectly fair, however. It wasn't that long ago that we were commenting about, you know, the shape and size of Hudson and Addison's hair. So sticking to that is bueno, perfect. I guess I'll get rid of one of these because the Demon King bow, it's less durable, but it is better, like damage wise. Chara says, thank you, Carling Coin, but you're okay. You don't let things bug me. Oh, I mean, you really have to be careful with humor at, like, that is, like, said at someone. You just never know when it's going to affect or bother someone, and I want to be ready for that. Plus, you know, there's always Twitch terms of service. Got to be careful with Twitch terms of service. Why is oh, I do wish the object map would, like, separate these things, separate these entities via, like, some kind of marker. Okay, so I guess the abandoned Karakara mine would be next. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Chara Dreamer says you must go, though. Nice to see you all. Very well, Chara. Take care of yourself. It was good seeing you, as always, my lovely senator. You know, I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, but if I don't see you for whatever reason, you know, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to continue marching toward the complete and utter clear out of these enemies. Like I said, we're basically at the point in the game now where this is what we're doing in order to, you know, prepare for the final stage and toward the end of the game. I want there to be basically nothing left for us to have to worry about. Is this like... I guess it... Yeah, there's like a flat clearing here, so let's head that way then. Kind of... I had like a segment of streams kind of like this, where... it was kind of up to us to find ways to make it fun. This is kind of why I say, you know, because you guys voted the way you did, these are segments... these are segments that would get cut out of the video, right? They would be... people just wouldn't watch them. And I wouldn't blame them for that. This is kind of boring. But it is important for the 100% journey. Plus, with yesterday being what it was, I just didn't have the time to go pull up the list of quests or continue work on the sculptures. Like, I wanted to plan yesterday's stream, just never got around to it. Hanlon says, if you like Elden Ring, you're gonna love the final boss. I can't wait. I can't wait. I generally like Elden Ring. There are some boss fights I think can be particularly unfair. I'm looking at you, Godskin Duo. I'm looking at you. With auto-reviving bolt, like, BS. Hate that. So, this is... if you guys know a content creator by the name Zuli the Witch, Zuli the Witch is like a cutting room floor analyst that works on analyzing Soulsborne content for missing things, Elden Ring included, of course. And one of the things that they found in the midst of analyzing how that game works is the NPCs don't have they don't read buttons. What they do is they read animations. They read animation frames very specifically. So if you're ever wondering, like, oh, why did the boss react this way? I hadn't even, you know, the animation didn't even get a chance to start before before I got attacked. It's because they read animation frames. And in base Elden Ring, the animation frames are read right from the first micro frame. So, as soon as the animation starts, there's like a window before it begins, like before the animation you can even see it. The enemy bosses and enemies in the game can read that. They can read that little window where the game is queuing up to put an animation in to show it, but they have not done it yet. The game has not shown the animation yet. So it feels like button reading. It feels like the bosses are button reading, and effectively it's equivalent. It's the same as button reading. It's just, you know, it's different in air quotes because it mechanically isn't a button read. So I'm hoping that with you know, I'm also hoping I need to be careful and focus, like right now. Gotcha. Oh yeah, if your reflexes aren't good, watch out. You're gonna get clapped by Lionel's a lot. Wow, that was nice. Thanks, Riju. What the heck was that? Did it get stopped in the... Hello. Run, 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 run. Get on him, quick. Wow, that was a nice dart around. Oh, he hit his weapon on this. Okay, so these are like real objects that you can absolutely like fuse. I should be aware of that. Although he can sweep over them if given the chance. Nice. Alright, let me not do this. I'm sorry. Am I about to die to a Lionel right now? Alan says you can fuse those armor pieces to your shield and make them deal damage. Yeah, you absolutely can do that. I should try that on the Daybreaker, actually. Okay, I believe we're back. Can everyone hear me properly? Stream stop for a second, yes. Okay, if stream gets glitchy, I know that can be the case on the YouTube side. You may want to refresh your stream. Carly says, yes, you can hear me. Hear me, Mr. Coin? Good, good. All right, careful. Okay, I know those volleys are coming. Dip, dip, dip. I know another volley is coming. I hate this. Well, I need to get away from this cliff or I'm gonna get knocked off repeatedly all the time. What's up, Mr. Jason? run. Okay. Oh, let's put that right there. Sir Jason says, Char really likes you, but in the situation they weren't sure what to think. You're glad they're keeping the promise, though? That's good. Ah, that was a nice bounty. But they've realized the error now. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad that is the case. Gordo Goku says, GG, that was close. Yeah, that was way closer than it needed to be. For no reason. They said they were a little afraid at first. That's understandable. You know, especially because I still sort of have rules that just have to be followed as per Twitch terms. Oh, well, right. Specifically in regards to the TCC related stuff. You know, if you're direct enough with them about things, if you're direct enough with people, they will eventually get it. But I'm glad they're no longer afraid. Not really trying to look to bite anyone's head off. And I really don't think Carly is either, for that matter. It's just, you know, the questions have to stop at some point. That's all. Okay. So... think we want to head upstairs now, and we may need to actually cook some food here. Welcome back, Tension. Good to see you again. I trust things are going smoothly since the last time we've talked. You had to help your mom. I hope that went smoothly. I truly do. I know, having to, like, drop what you're doing to go help family, although important it might be, is not necessarily easy to do. Okay. Let's see. I guess we could have one of these cold resistance foods. Yeah, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have ended with that food. It says, yeah, she's your heart. That's cool. Sir Jason says that they opened the correct ticket, were duty-bound within reason according to real-life schedules to answer. That's always an option. Oh, yeah, I wanted to say I did see that ticket number 4, earlier. I do intend on making a reply to that. Just, I can't do it while I'm on stream, obviously. I can look and see what the ticket is. Or I guess at the time I was doing... I think we were in the middle of a meeting, or at the end of a meeting. Mr. Jason says, oh yeah, that's just a playtest. Nothing for us. Well, there are only 2 playtesters left, correct? That are at least 2 that I remember. Maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know. I don't know that half of the Discord that well. There are 2 remaining. Okay, well, I mean, it's kind of important that we bolster those numbers as well, but we should probably figure out, like, we should probably continue to hammer out what the TCC is really going to do. I fear Sir Jason says for playtest, people need Super Mario Maker 2. Yes. People, in fact, do need that piece of software. Kind of no way around it. We're going to select, let's see. I guess we could select that and add a couple more. Alan says, wait, they need Super Mario Maker 2 to be in the TCC? No, not in the TCC. Just for, like, troll level playtest stuff. I wouldn't be in the TCC if I, you know, had to have SMM2, because while I do have SMM2, it is not installed. I don't even have the functioning, like, system memory for it. I took that out of the I took that out of my Switch, and even if I did, I most certainly would not be anywhere close to the rank that I have in the TCC. In that case, that person would likely be. Oh, I couldn't even tell you who that would probably be. Oh, I guess we need some hearty meals while I'm thinking about it. So I better make sure I do this right. That's gonna be a truffle. Yeah, that's gonna be a truffle. Mr. Jason says it's a good time to mention something, Mr. Coin. Oh, do tell, Mr. Jason. Put that in the pot to cook. Probably pull out a couple more pots and make a couple more of these. Eat one. What do you mean I can't take that out here? Game, there's plenty of room in front of me. I don't know what... the game was certainly deciding to smoke something right there. Alright. Select this a couple more times. Mr. Jason says, you don't need to as you have more important matters as president, but any staff member really could do a playtest. For example, Chief Executive Officer Natalie does playtests. Yeah, like, I'm not adding this to the arsenal of things I'm worrying about with the TCC. Just in general, because that really isn't my wheelhouse. I did stream SMM2 for a short, tiny bit. As expected, it really did not take long before everyone was like, play my level, play my level. And we're being quite demanding about it. Or, you know, I was just generally not great at platformers. And so taking requests was always going to be the, you know, the request was just never going to be, you know, fulfilled in a timely manner. Like, I would suck too much at levels to fulfill requests, so I stopped. Plus, platformers in and of themselves are just not my cup of tea. Something in a similar vein that would be in my wheelhouse, my cup of tea, would be, you know, Sly, what is it, Sly Raccoon, Thievius Raccoonus? Or like any of the Sly Raccoon titles. Those I can do. Because it isn't always just platformer. There is other stuff. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you and Carly might have a little discussion with you after the stream or tomorrow. Very well. I look forward to it. Tension says, Mr. Coin, can you buy Twilight Princess on the Switch one or the Wii U? I think Twilight Princess HD is on the Wii U, but I do not know, what other platforms. Let me take a look. I gotta confirm that information for you, because I have the original Wii version of that game. The only remaster I have is Skyward Sword for the Switch. And I kind of have to look at... So just regular old Twilight Princess is Wii, GameCube, or a Wii U plus one console I'm not even going to point you to. Then Mr. Jason says, Mr. Klein, might I get you to just quickly check the group chat? Sure. Let me do that right quick. I will discuss that after the stream. Yeah, I will discuss that after the stream. I do have I do have a couple things to say about that. Just not here. But you were on point, yes. So the HD platform, if I can, let's see. It would be nice if, okay, so for the Wii U, let's see. Yeah, so Twilight Princess is GameCube or Wii. Twilight Princess HD is Wii U. Here's to hoping that that game gets a remaster for Switch or Switch 2. Well, you're no problem, Tension, anytime. You were on point, sadly, Mr. Jason. I mean, that's the internet for you. And yeah, I think you're in some part correct. Okay, how did I want to tackle or approach this? Also, there are surprisingly few spots. There's few spots in the Highlands where Mr. Addison is. I will go ahead and try to mark those. There is one here. There is another one here over by the lake toward the end. Sir Jason says, without going into too much detail, we need to be able to link things to the TCC beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah, like, this is probably a good time to say this, just because, though I am part of the TCC, right? Like, I've not hidden that from anyone. My stream is not indicative of TCC conduct. It is indicative of conduct here on my channel. That said, wait, why is there a river here? Wait, what? This is what happens when I'm doing 3 things at once. My channel is not TCC jurisdiction. Some things certainly can fall in that category, but in a lot more cases, I would say there are really only 1 or 2 individuals where I would say when they show up, TCC business is like on the docket. Otherwise, it is just I'm here and people can interface kind of with the TCC through me. Okay, it is this spot here. Oh, you're gonna make me do a raft thing again, game? Is that what's gonna happen? God, I hope not. Okay, so we're just gonna start there, and we're going to see what kinds of creatures are nearby when we do this. And I think this means we can probably also glide completely? Yeah, I think so. And in fact, we can even mark some enemies while we do this, assuming these are in fact going to be the correct spots. Interactive map, I'm counting on you not to bungle things up too badly like you've done with the Lionels and other stuff. There's one here. And there's definitely one here. There are just too many open clearings for there not to be things. I try to strike a good balance on adjudication with these things. You know, like I said, my server or my Discord, or I'm sorry, my channel and my Discord is not, you know, a TCC space. I'm just a TCC person who happens to be in the space now, is what I would say. Mr. Jason says 100% agreed, Mr. Coin. Good sir. If we're in a stream and it's either Troll Castle or specific TCC playtest, that is your remit. I'm sure you remember the slight incident in client Laura's stream. Yeah. It's like... cussing in a TCC environment is not... like that's just something we don't really allow. Cussing in my channel is fine up to a point. You know, I just don't want to hear the Lord's name spoken in vain. That's really about the only part of... that's really the only part of cussing I care about. And even then, you know, I try to let that stuff go. Because, you know, that's me forcing my preference of faith on other people. It makes me uncomfortable, but people still need to be able to have freedom of speech. It's a tricky balance. Hold on, I need to see. Is that grooved? Tension says, thanks, Mr. Coin. You're so helpful. God bless. No problem, Tension. Tension goes on to say or ask, did you complete the target minigame in Majora's Mask? Both of them. Several times. That kind of stuff is common randomizer fodder. Yeah, they're hard. Alan says this TCC thing seems boring now. I mean, it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone, and, okay, at least the sides are held, so we just have the front to worry about. Okay. That's probably gotta be just, two of these. Put that up. And then do something like this. And be aware that I might get messed with. It's like, I kind of liken it to, there are other spaces where you're not generally allowed to cuss or whatever. Like, insert some rule here that's like, it's clearly meant for kids, or it's clearly meant to protect kids, or we're in a space where there's mixed company, so you just can't Yeah, you just can't go around saying whatever you want. And that is boring. Or that can be boring. But thankfully, those rules only occur while in TCC space, more than anything else. And what I stated with stating the Lord's name in vain is just a preference I have of my own. That is not a TCC related thing at all. Why don't we find something else to talk about? Something that's less boring than, like, something that is more substantive than rules. Because, well, I could talk about that. I know other people don't want to talk about that. So, here's a question I can ask folks. What do you guys got any wonderful weekend plans lined up? I'm gonna be trying to sleep in as much as I can. Also, I just realized I owe you guys a commercial break too. So we're gonna put up the 5-minute warning after we complete this stuff with Addison here. Try letting go. Yay for stabilizers. Quickly. Finish doing the work. Well, good one, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Tension. I appreciate that. Sir Jason says, fair enough, good sir. You enjoy the mundane stuff, you guess? Boring is safe. That's all. Why is my leg doing weird stuff? Oh, it's just doing that, I guess. Alan says you're gonna go. See you weeks next. Blech. Very well, Alan. Thank you so much for stopping by, good sir. It was good to see you. Hopefully you're doing... Hopefully I'll see you again sooner rather than later. But if not, my lovely senator, do rest well. Be well. Do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to continue working on things here. Mr. Jason says, to be fair, the TCC don't even have that many rules. It's the policies that can catch people out. Oh, right. It's the policies. But the policies are more like guidances rather than rules for the most part. Like, policies are meant to be like soft rules, more or less. Where, like, the result is, you know, with violation of policy, it's like, oh, you just get shuffled around to another post. It's only a rules violation that should really result in something hard. Of course, it doesn't help that the real world muddies a rule or a policy, or that they're synonyms of each other, so they're interchangeable. There's not like a real, like, precise difference between the two in practice. The dictionary, I'm sure, will be more than happy to point out the differences between these two words, but they're definitely used the same in practice. Yes, let's put up more signs. Nice. Okay, let's see. What, down there? Oh, look, it's a battle talus. That was a shame. I wanted to get one more explosion before they went out the door. Oh, right. Let's do this here, before I forget. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Alrighty, thank you guys for sitting through that. It is what happens when you do things manually like this. So in about 5 minutes, I'll go ahead and take that commercial break. I'm having to do these manually. I could probably just fire up the like the Firebot queue for this, because that was kind of too messy, but you live and learn, as they say. We do take commercial breaks at the top of, or normally at the top of the hour. Instead, it'll be in like 3 minutes. So when that happens, when the commercial break does happen, there will be a timer above my head. It'll last for 3 minutes. I'll have left my desk during that time, which I highly recommend everyone get up and take a break at the same time with me. Grab a snack, get a drink. You know, do something productive for those 3 minutes, or don't do anything. I'm not your boss. But before you know it, I'll have returned to my desk, and, you know, the commercial break will be well and truly over, and we can get back to the gaming. Wonderful gaming. That's what we care about here at CoinStamp. That and the quality coinversations, I guess. Dang it. It's smoothly criminal, as they say.
Sure, Jan.
It's against the law.
Yes, it ought to be against the law. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, Mr. Coin, we don't need to respond to playtest tickets. What we need to do is try to get more playtesters. That's got to be canvassing SMM2 streams and maybe whispering people about that sort of thing. Or, you know, finding online forums where you're allowed to post on, like, Reddit. Or you push that stuff out to social media. We do need to do that if we're going to attract new people, even to a dying game, right? There are at least going to be diehard fans. If you want to attract them, they're going to have to get into their circles. I don't know if that is necessarily the troll community per se. It might be the speedrunning community or the endless mode community. It might be those, but or like the community surrounding specific streamers. It might be something like that. I'm truly not sure. Just gonna let's get to some explosions. Especially with a 5-shot bow. Mr. Jason says any streamer is more than... Hello? Wow, they're dead immediately. Oh my god. They weren't kidding. Wow, that is hilarious. 5-shot bow takes down battle palaces just like that. Let's put that here. And we will put this. It's just a battle palace. Let's do this here. Okay. Nice. We can delete that pin. We're going to head back to the mantle. And while that happens, we're going to take that break here. I will see you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break. Most assuredly not the ads. Occasionally there's bits of funny, but otherwise it's, you know, really just you're waiting for it to be over. Nothing seems to have changed on YouTube. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good sir. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Indeed. It's time to saddle on and very, very, very much. Wait. Did I not? Oh, I must have. Okay, yeah, no, I know what happened. Yeah, I know exactly what happened. All right. Yeah, we could just head this way. Take out enemies that way. Sure. Or not enemies. I guess it would be, it would definitely be, Addison statues. That's right. Well, I do hope that whatever weekend plans you guys have set up are good ones. It always stinks when you can't, when your weekend plan is to sit and, you know, you're kind of waiting for something bad to just, bad to just happen, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, outside of a few small issues, you do have a well-oiled machine. You're pleased about that, good sir? I would, yeah, and I'm pleased about that as well. Okay, what is the deal with this? Because it's not like we can, like, hook that stuff in here, right? Not kinda. We can kinda do that. And then the weight of the hooks will basically just keep it from falling. Maybe. No, not like that. I need to pull it closer so I can see how this works. Come on! Get in there! Fine. I don't think this is gonna work. Except maybe if I do this. I don't know. Mr. Jason says you're really hooked on that solution, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true. You know, I'm just gonna test it. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm just gonna get right here. All right. Oh, round of applause, everybody. Very shaky. If I wasn't standing there, it wouldn't happen. Yes, you definitely would not have thought of just standing there with two hooks. I wonder how many people try to do it just like that. Yes, I am in fact going to knock that out. Already removed that, Addison. And we have this one over here. Spicy seafood balls. Nice. Spicy seafood rice balls. Good lord. Ugh. I don't even think about the alternative. Let's see. Yeah, we haven't actually marked this up here yet. So let's head this way then. I could see you. You're literally right there, big fella. We're definitely outfitted for war now. That's what I guess I'm gonna say is we're definitely outfitted for war. Yeah, just do that. Don't even think about it. Pull out your sword. No, definitely not. What about this? Gotcha. It's over for you. Just, no. I'm not getting that basic bow. I'll take your monster parts though. That I will do. Yeah, that's just a basic Lionel bow. I guess we could use it. You could use it. It's a cheap bow. It is a relatively cheap, easy bow to get. This is a skull. Sir Jason says, you're really hoofing it to these Lionels, am I? Thanks. Okay. So far, so good. Guess we can head down to the canyon real quick. Well, no, we've actually already marked that. No, we don't need to do that. Okay. We can head toward the next Addison. Yeah, okay. All right. Yep, down this way. Yeah, the context for hoofing is run. Yeah, that is true, Mr. Jason. We are, in fact, running to these Lionels. It's been a while since I've done this. I remember when I used to be in Breath of the Wild, and I ran well, I mean, you had to run everywhere, but most people I know, or the stuff I've seen online, you know, most everyone takes the bike or takes the horse. They don't really run all over. I made it a point to try to hoof it everywhere in the beginning at least once. At least once, so that people can see the sights and for like gathering purposes. Mr. Jason says he feels sorry for your Link in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. You walked your Link the entire adventure. Fair. Gordo Goku says 3 arrows at 10 each is 30 damage, so even the stinky Lionel bow is good. Fair. Yeah, that is true, Gordo Goku. I'm used to my high caliber weapons, but in the beginning, yeah, or even in the mid game, yeah, a Lionel bow is serviceable. Gordo Goku says, plus it helps with other Lionels. You only need 1 arrow to hit his nose. Too true. Or the back of his head. That also works. It doesn't even have to be anything else. I could literally just, it could literally just be the back of the head and it'll count. Oh, hello. I'm glad I found this. Nice. Yeah, we'll have to go around and collect these too, which is like not all that great that we have to do that. Because I know the treasure chests do count for 100%. Like every little decimal point matters with a game like this. So it's definitely going to be one of those. Well, actually, I'm not sure how I need to handle it. I probably need to, like, try to find these things without opening them off Yeah, I probably need to try to find these things without opening them off camera. And at some point, you know, we'll probably be able to reclaim these stamps, these skull stamps that we have. And I can use them as pictures for the video essay and other things. All right, Addison. Yeah, you've put this in front of, you know, rushing water. What do I do here? And it pretty quickly trails off to that. Carly says you're going to be heading off to bed now, Mr. Coin. It was nice hanging out here. It was nice having you with us, Carly. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and our wonderful audience. It was good to see you. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if I do not see you again, Carly, please do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we are going to build a boat that can moor itself. Mr. Jason says, Coin, a question. Are we finished with onboarding now? As you've asked, you were asking, as you've stated to Carly, she needs to push her proposal tomorrow. Well, that kind of depends. I assume we still made the exam part of the onboarding, yes? How do I want to do this? Oh, and I guess it would help if this were this way. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. The wind's just gonna do that. Oh wait, is this something that could... No, those are too small. Mr. Jason says indeed, but the exam results can come anytime. You want to move on to the next stage, but only if you deem onboarding to be done. Oh yeah, if the exam is independent of the result, then yeah, we can move on ahead. Because onboarding is information plus assessment. So I almost feel like you could just get rid of this sail. And just like do it with beams and pillars and stuff. Maybe one Zonai device. Yeah, okay, I see what's happening. Absolutely. Yeah, there's no way that's happening without weight keeping it from falling. I do not exactly know how we're gonna do that yet. Maybe a hoverstone? Yeah, that feels like a hoverstone moment to me. Yeah, let's do it. I'm sure you can do it legitimately, but the rushing water is going to make this difficult. Where is this? Should be relatively easy to find. Yeah, it's literally right there. Nope, that is incorrect. Come on, video game. Right there. There. Let's try this. Mr. Jason says the Addison at Lake Hyley was your final one? I'm actually not sure how many of them I have and haven't done yet. So that's going to be a fun exercise for the several streams. Yes, you dolt, he's standing. Get to work. Gordy Goku says, when you're in doubt, hoverstone, no doubt. Oh, you mean the hoverstone by itself? I guess the hoverstone by itself would probably work. But I kind of used it more just to reinforce things. Because it won't move its position, so it'll just stay put. It doesn't need to act as a support. Though it probably can do that, too. Okay, that is all of the Addisons in this area done. Now, are there any enemies we have not yet, like, defeated? There's got to be at least a couple. So we have that there. We have... Oh, yeah, we need to go back to the mantle and get these. Okay. Yep. Got it. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm a little bit tired. Gordo Goku says, that's why I like watching your mind work and do things differently, and it also works. I am flattered. Truly, sir. I appreciate that. I do think it's possible that you are more correct than I, in that yeah, you still need it, but at least this does open up the possibility of that piece of headgear. Something like that. using a single hoverstone was probably more efficient. I just don't know if the physics would have supported it without trying. Also, I don't intend to solve every puzzle like every Addison like that, or every sign repair like that. Hello, this is a perfect time for one of these. Nice. Let's... Gordo Goku says, oh no, I love the way you did it for sure. I appreciate that. But... let's also really blow him up. Your fat eyeball is wide open. That's how you kill him with style. Mr. Jason says you should also probably go, Mr. Coin. It has truly been a pleasure. No problem, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. Your company was good as always. I will endeavor to take a look at those messages more sincerely after the stream is over. Do rest well, good sir. And if I do not see you again, my lovely senator, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. Gordo Goku says he would run out, but Hoverstone works for all of them. It's just a last resort. Yeah, absolutely, Gordo Goku. Mr. Jason says, of course, the company is good. You and Carly are a part of it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. If I don't chat at you again for whatever reason, do have a nice weekend. I hope it is a good one. Especially with the advent of the... let's just make sure we do not lose those materials. Definitely don't want to lose those. Put a marker here and move on to the next one. Which is actually not that far from here. Sir Jason says, oh yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting for sure, Mr. Coin. Can't wait. Because we got to get things moving. Mr. Jason says Mr. Carly gets to face the board with her proposal. That is true. That is true. Okay, we'll go ahead and put the pin right there. Come on, get up out of the thing already. Nice. I got bopped while that was happening. Oh, that one's on the back side. Of course it is. Of course it's on the back side. It would have to be. Stop. Oh, that is interesting. So if you do spit these boulders back to it, it will oh, poor wolf. All right. Come on. That's hilarious. Come on. Nice. Gordo Goku says of all the bosses, you hate the Taluses the most. The next being Frox. I don't know, they just are. They can certainly be annoying. Yeah, they can certainly be annoying, but it could be worse. Although I can see why people would find them annoying. You really don't like fire much, do you, big guy? Mr. Jason says the Frox make you hopping mad. They do. Bonus joke. At a nice, cool 64, even. That is probably a good place to end those, I should say. Hello, Frost Talus Heart. I love these things. It is, in fact, the perfect end, Mr. Jason. Cointendo 64. Oh god, that sounds sketchier than it is, I suppose. This, why is that there? Oh, we found a Phantom Ganon there is what that was. We have some more Phantom Ganons to find. So we got the Black Hinox. Yeah, okay. I believe we actually have found all of the ones on the surface. So then we'll go to the depth. Try to work out that one. It would be nice if I could swap to this relatively easily. Oh, in fact, yeah, before I forget, why don't we, like, take a quick skip and a jump, to go over to get a photo of the blue frocks. Might as well take a quick second to go do that, and then we can, continue from there. Gordu Goku says, Breath of the Wild needed more stamps. Tears of the Kingdom needed more stamp labels. Yes. And also more stamps. I do not think 300 stamps is enough to cover everything. In fact, I probably have to get rid of this sort of stamp on the map, for example, because I just need so many of them to deal with... I need so many of them just to mark enemies on the map, because they're the most pertinent thing that you should mark your map for. Okay, let's go like this. Maybe we can avoid the Phantom Ganon right over in this section if we can do that. Also, why is that? That's like across from here, not there. Gordy Goku says, especially 3 levels of the game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why not just give us infinite of these? Why does it have to be, you know... Why do there have to be 300 of them? Was there just like a bit limit that they approached? Or what? Let's not do that. Eventually we will be able to dash in through here. If anyone ever wanted to know where this chasm is, it is literally in here. I feel that this is incredibly missable, actually, because you have to, like, follow the flow of water to find it. And what awaits you down here, it is in fact an obsidian frox, or a blue-white frox. Gordu Goku says 100 per level. Yeah, wasn't there like 100 stamps in the first game? I want to be careful here. Get a Keith's eyeball and swap the bow over. Breath of the Wild had 200. You're 80% sure of that? I could believe that. Right. I don't think so. I don't think so. Dang it. Get ready. Yeah, you should think about not munching on Highlands next time, Mr. Frox. Bye. These things, I'll probably never get over the jump scare moment from the first time you fight. This was actually the first Frox I found. I want to say this was back during episode 10, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. It's been like 6 months since then. And, you know, the Frox, they definitely knew what they were doing with the horror elements in this game, in Tears of the Kingdom, because tell you what, this game certainly does like know how to put the scare on you with the dark places. Okay, we have that. We're not ready to do anything else yet. I want to turn in that picture a bit later. For right now, what I actually want to do is come over here and get 3 Phantom Gannons that are right nearby. Might as well grab them while we're here, or while we're in the Gerudo Highlands. In the canyon's the easiest way to get to them. They're like next door to each other. They form a nice, neat triangle. You guys will see what I'm talking about when we head there. I do just want to say, I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me so far. I hope that the gameplay has been awesome for you. I know that, you know, when there aren't the jokes. Gordogoku says, you think the Frox was the idea of the first boss from Ocarina of Time, or at least very close? I could see that. Yeah, Goma kind of... Frox are kind of like the half frog, half Hinox type creatures. And, you know, the Gomas were half spider, half bear. Or like, the Ocarina of Time model was very specifically, it ended up being halfway between a spider and a bear. Like, spider body, spider eye, but like bear frame, like very, very big unga bunga spider. Super spider, even. Do this. And maybe we can get to keep 2 of those. These 3 are... Make sure I get the positioning right. There's one here. There's one... I can't tell. This one's probably on the ground. Yeah, like here. And this last one is definitely in the field. So we should hit up the red one first. My favorite enemy so far has got to be the Gleeox. But then again, you know, I'm a glutton for punishment. I quite enjoy, you know, a challenge. And these are definitely challenges that people can do with enough training. Gordogoku says spider. Maybe it was the second boss, the one where you throw the bomb in its mouth. Oh, the Dodongo. That's what you mean. King Dodongo. And if I read the context of your first sentence again, yeah, I think Frox is a bit closer to that. Or, you know, you swap reptile for amphibian. You swap the reptile for the amphibian. You can definitely chuck a bomb in a Frox's mouth, just like you can chuck one in a Dodongo's mouth. And while you don't get to hack up the actual Frox itself, you know, the killing the stuff on its back is kind of like a callback to the Dodongo, where you needed to attack a different side of the Dodongo in order to defeat it. In Ocarina of Time, it was the back side. In other games, you could definitely just kill it with bombs. With frogs, you have to attack the crystals at the top. Gordo Goku says you do like the frog Hinox reference though. Yeah. These froxes are kind of cute in their own way. You know, just if they're standing there or walking around, they're not. They certainly aren't ugly. They're only ugly when they've got their big giant mouth open. Hello. Yep. I'm glad we did that. Probably can't even wear the full set. Gotta be ready. It's gonna be this and this. Found him. Yep, and I need to be putting stamps by these. All right, which one are you gonna be? Club. Okay, yeah, that's already too late. Careful. And if you're too close, you can just do that crackback swing. Like that. You gonna jump? Good lad. Nice. They're really not that hard. And especially like the phantom Ganons that show up on the surface, you don't have gloom attacks to worry about. And so because of that, you can still heal up. The issue is just the attacks are fast. Gordo Goku says, not to say you didn't know already, but the flying armor is at level 2 for all 3. There's no fall damage. Yep. It's just habit. It's mostly habit for me to like, it is habit for me to pull out the paraglider when I'm landing. I spent a long period before having the glide armor. So my play style or my play pattern is just kind of like dependent on that. Okay. Do I want to drop another bow? Maybe? Yeah, let's drop this bow. We can never have too many Demon King bows. Cool. Yep. Usually if I do something and it's you know, did you know X situation, it's usually a I did, but I habitually do X instead of Y. Itchy nose. I'm getting the itchy top of my nose for some strange reason. Not really sure why. What is it? If your ear itches, it means you're bound to get money. If your nose itches, you're talking bad about someone. Oh, I thought that was a treasure chest, not a rock. Whoopsie. Definite whoopsie. It's fine. It's fixable. This has got to be the spot right here. Or is it? Maybe closer to... It's either going to be here or it's going to be, like, up top. It could be up top. Gordo Goku says you figured I did, but you weren't there for all the gameplay and you wish you could have watched more. You're awesome to watch. Thank you. I appreciate that. And no worries. Yeah, you definitely weren't there for the full bit. I have no problem repeating things for this reason. Or, like, re-explaining myself. It comes with the territory. If you're gonna be a content creator, you have to realize that there are gonna be people that weren't there during the entire process. You have people coming and going. And so you often need to just explain things. And if I do re-explain something, I'm generally not mad when I do it. I might get frazzled that I have to repeat an explanation, but the only time I've ever gotten frazzled during repeats on an explanation would be if I explain something and then someone literally comes in like 10 seconds later and asks me to repeat myself, then I might, or specifically, you know, I wasn't here, what's going on, then I get a bit frazzled. But them's the breaks. Because, you know, streams are live cable, right? That's essentially what streaming is. It's live cable. You never really quite know who's going to show up when and for what reason. See, you better be ready. I've gotten better at that over the years. Gordo Goku says, yeah, that will be annoying. And see, I can have a meta level conversation about it where I can explain why the thing annoys me without being annoyed by it. But you can't, like, directly express that as a content creator. Of course, we're all human. It kind of can't be helped, but you as a content creator, the good ones try not to express that because that is generally annoying. Might as well grab those while we can. Please tell me I do not have to literally reload the zone for like all 3 or for 2 of 3. That would be really bad. Right? I'm looking at the right area? Yeah, I am. It's like... Oh, no, it's like over here. Yeah, okay, no. It's gonna be like in the crevice, I think. We technically should have already been dealing with it. Alright. I guess then what we can do is try to like force the spawn. I normally wouldn't force spawns like this, but again, not really. We're at the point at the end, near the end of the game where we should consider doing this, and also forcing these spawns on stream is very annoying. And thankfully, I kind of know where those are. Gordo Goku says, what were you looking for there? Because you just did the gloom there. I am looking for... There are supposedly 3... Or wait. Yeah. There are supposedly 3 miasma swarms or phantom Ganons that are right near the Great Cliffs. One's like here... And another is like here on my object map. My object map is telling me there are 3 of them. Let me move back over to the interactive map for a second then. Weird. Okay, that one's saying there's only 1 of them. Huh. So why am I being told in triplicate? 150, 132, and then Why are these coordinates are so strange? Gordo Goku says, oh, right. There is really two when you were there, you think? Well, this is why we're going to go to these spots like a couple of times. And just kind of like poke around. Also, we can definitely glide and make this much easier. You remember looking for them there too once? Well, with any luck, I won't have to like literally go watch a video to make sure I know where these are. The object map should be enough. Yeah, having this glide armor is extra nice. We can just go right to that spot and double or even triple check. Okay, it ought to be like, just kind of look around. I'm not even wearing armor that would keep me from like making noise for it to detect. Okay, so maybe it might be more of that central spot. Gordo Goku says, of course, it could be a day and night thing. You're right. It could be a day and night thing. And in that case, we might as well make it night. I think there's even a campfire we can use nearby. Sorry, I was looking for something. Looking for something in my office. Did not find, so I'm gonna ignore it. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad that was the case. We're going to do this at night. Oh, he's here. Ah, it's you. The nights are cruel. Gordo Goku says, was there a break? But it's up to you. Oh no, you're absolutely right. I've done it again. Let's finish this dialogue and then I'll put up the 5-minute warning for the break. The nights are cruel in this region. If you don't light a fire, the cold will sap your strength away. I've painted many landscapes in my life, but that tiny island floating in the distance may be the most mysterious of them all. Who put that strange little island up there? It's a fascinating shape. Easy to paint, too. You should go see it for yourself once the weather clears up a little bit. The weather is perfectly clear, Picongo, but whatever. Pretty sure that wouldn't keep me from the cold, but maybe I'm incorrect. Right. While we navigate to where these are, why don't I throw up the alerts? You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a P-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you'd click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. Thank you guys for sitting through that. I know that is boorish. And I also appreciate you, Gordo Goku, for reminding me of the time. I do have a tendency to let that get away from me if I'm doing extended streams. So, thanks for that. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour normally. So instead, we're going to take one in about 3 minutes from now. There will be a timer above my head when this happens. And during that time, it'll read 3 minutes. When it's ticking down, I'll be taking a break. I'll be getting up and stretching for myself. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. Get up and stretch and have a snack or what have you. Of course, I'm not your boss. You can do whatever you want during those 3 minutes. But regardless of what you decide to do, when that timer is over, I will be back at my desk and we can pick up where we left off. I normally don't run 2 major shills like I just did, but we ran a whole extra 2 hours. So I figured I had probably earned a second shell, like a second major shell. I hope that the maybe it is incorrect, and maybe I should look at a different, like, get a third opinion. Sometimes you just need to get a third opinion with these things. You never know. Like I was saying, Gordo Goku says, you found the Instagram, you must have missed that before. It is possible that I shunted that. Oh, I need to be putting food pictures on that. What am I doing? Yeah, I need to be putting something on the Instagram. Yeah, that's my Instagram is just for food. It's just to have, like, there is 2 of them. Because my personal life is really not that interesting. In fact, we can replace this with that. Club guy. Got it. Oh, but we can eat food here. Gotcha. Bye. No bow, but I don't really need one. Okay. So it has been roughly 3 minutes. It took us about that long to, like, go between the 2 spots. Why is there a blood moon? That is an awful time for one to basically have happened. And I'll look into the existence of this third Phantom Ganon location while the break is happening, but Gordo Goku says yours isn't either. You didn't get any likes on TikTok until you found this game and started recording stupid stuff. Fair enough. People love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild after nearly 10 years. Oh, they're very beloved games. They are wonderful storytellers, and if it isn't the mechanics of the game that draw you in, then the setting and the characters certainly will be. Yeah, there's lots of waifus and husbandos. There's lots of things to like about the game, in my honest opinion, and especially Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is is a modern day cult classic. It has basically helped shape and define an era of gaming. Aonuma could have sat the world out, but he chose not to, and it has spawned a prolific era of games that we would otherwise not have. Let's take that break now, and I will see you after the ad break. Thanks. Sorry about that. I am back. Let me double check chat here. Thank you, Gorda Goku. That I really appreciate that. I don't like having to go into the chat and say I'm gonna be late. I hate that. And I didn't used to do that, but I sort of figured doing that is a good practice. Welcome on in, Gray G. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're in the midst of cleaning up the regions in Tears of the Kingdom one by one. We're going on an enemy hunt. We are trying to clear up Addison's. We're trying to do like 3 different things at one time. I wonder if that last one is in the... it's saying it's not in the depth. Yeah, so we're not at the end of the game yet, but we are getting there. 1 episode at a time. Interesting. So maybe, I think for now, let's go into the depth. There's the Carmine, which I'm guessing is what that is. No, that is the abandoned Gerudo mine. No. Okay, all this is like up here. Right. In that case, let's start here. Grecius says, used your map to find a memory. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's the 100%, like, Let's Play experience. You're talking about the object map, right, Greyg? Is that the correct one? Or are you talking about what I happen to personally flash on the screen while I was trying to figure out where exactly I was going? Either is fine. I'm just curious. Might as well start flying. That's good, Grey. I'm glad that all my hoofing around was able to help somebody. It would kind of stink if I weren't able to do that. Okay, yeah, here's the depth there. And if I... Okay, no, I definitely have not seen these then. So let's head to these 2 spots. I'm almost positive there's going to be something in both of those. And we might as well put on the right armor while we do so. I will also attempt to figure out where the last piece of Zonite armor is. I keep meaning to look into that, along with about 6 other different things. I just keep getting caught up with meetings. I'm part of the Troll Castle Challenge Discord. I've talked about the TCC quite a few times. Trousers? Oh, no, I'm wearing the trousers. I mean the chest piece, not the trousers. I'm wearing those. I promise I'm wearing them. I probably just haven't found the right quest, or I've not looked in the right place for them yet. That's all. I'll also be bringing out the checklist. I should have all this done by the time the... So shin guards? Oh, if you're looking at them, yeah, more or less. We have the shin guards. The purple highlight. Oh, this one here. Gorda Goku says, your purple highlight is where there are 2 pristine royal weapons and you farm there. Nice. Pristine royals are good. I like them. Well, Grey G, it does technically say shin guards. You were correct the first time. But, I mean, there are trousers, which are basically bandages. Yeah, like the actual armor part is the shins. You had it right. Okay, so here this is right here. And I think this is a black one. Maybe, possibly. You mean the hip guards is what you need to find? Oh, then yes. Yeah, I suppose I'm used to chess pieces being called chess pieces, not hip guards. But yeah, you're right. Bye. Boy, that sure didn't take long. That's gonna be a skull. Nice. And we even get a royal bow for our efforts. Not that we could use it, but worth knowing. All right, let's get back on the saddle and let's hit the road. So, 93, oh, I think this is episode 94. I almost thought we weren't going to get 100 episodes out of this LP. I really thought that. I thought there can't be that many things to do. And maybe some part of it is, Greedy says you'll be back, gotta have breakfast. Very well, Greedy, enjoy breakfast. I do hope it's good. Food's generally a good thing to have. I want like a batch of pancakes for breakfast tomorrow. I had grit bowls this morning. Nice. Gotcha. Okay, do we have any other mallets? Yeah, we got a couple. Yeah, I'm not letting you get away, Sir Frox. Gotcha. Nice. The spots for pristines are probably around here somewhere. That could also be interesting to look at before we end the game. It's just like try to find all these statues. I also need to like break weapons. That's something else I need to do. Is I literally need to farm all the decayed weapons and then break them all off so I have all the pristine weapons to use. Right now, we kind of don't have that. Or we have some of them. We don't have all of them. Nice. Okay, so that's those two just done. Anything else in the depth that we can kind of clear out while we're here? There's a frost talus down there. This was that. That is a Queen Gibdo. I believe we're done there. What about Sky? So Sky would be this spot. Yeah. Oh, I guess there is this up here. You could take care of that. Yeah, that is actually a pretty important spot. We actually were not done with the canyon yet. So let's go up here, we'll have to make a new hover bike. Nintendo really wanted this game to own your butt for a year. I'm still gonna stand by that statement. I think it's correct. A lot of Japanese game devs are like this, or they make a game, and if it's intended to be a long slog, they will make it a slog. One example of this would be Majin Tensei. Is it Majin Tensei 2? No, I think it's just Majin Tensei. It's like an old Shin Megami Tensei spinoff. When Konami was trying a bunch of new things and had no formulas for anything yet, or wanted to change the formula. Majin Tensei is what I would describe as if you mixed a cult Pokemon for adults and Fire Emblem together. If those two things had a baby, that is ultimately what you would get. Gordu Goku says if you like Gleox, you'll love that area. I mean, we need to do them. We gotta kill them. Everything must die. And at the end of this is what we're going to be feeling like.
I'm going to bend what I want, when I want, who I want. I'm unstoppable!
Before we ultimately break down in, complete ecstasy, and we can proclaim that we're done with this game. That would be nice. Why is... Oh, well, that will certainly do you. That'd be this right here. I don't think so, Aracuda. Get back. Yeah, honestly, I might just take this weekend to, sleep in. Just, try to recover my left shoulder. My shoulders have not been particularly good this week. Aracuda, are you gonna get lost yet or not? Good. Oh, and also it's up there. Yeah, we need to start raising our altitude significantly. Guess we should just do it now. The world of gaming is truly a fantastic place. I think there are a lot of different adventures one could go on, and it's relatively safe to do. There are people who are actually real bona fide adventurers who also usually double as archaeologists or historians. They have to be built. They have to be built, not muscle bodybuilder built, but they really got to have endurance, and they have to know how their basic survival skills. They've got to know their survival skills for wherever they're going to adventure to. They study, they prepare. Adventuring in the real world, where there are diseases, you could run into wild predators. Some places have traps, or, wild populace that's not really... Gordu Goku says it's probably a one-time thing, but on the bike, the Aracuda just die from touching the hover car. I've had them do that sometimes. I still just try not to, get hit by Aracuda in the first place. But, yeah, it would be hilarious. I might let them touch me one time while we're in the midst of flying. Might let that happen, just so you can see it one more time. I think it has happened once. And if not, I'm doing a really good job of memory holding things we've done out of my head. And there probably is a treasure chest up here too, so we get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just gotta mind which direction we're going. Okay. More explosion. Careful, careful, careful. Oh, I definitely should have been, like, activating an overlay here. I'm gonna do that now. Oh, well, you want me to take one for the collection? That I can do. Get ready to move. Nice. Let's not do that. Instead, do this. It's really touchy, like this part right here. Kind of quite... No, I did not want to do that. Now you've put yourself in range to be blasted by a bomb. Also, I should definitely be wearing barbarian armor for this. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, get ready, get ready, get ready. Are they flying super high in the sky? Yes, they are. This is gonna be a... We need to get defensive gear on right now. And be mindful of what we're wearing. Oh, we need to keep moving, I think. Hello? Oh, well, okay. Yep. Wow, they really don't want you getting up there, do they? Oh, I know what I can do right here. Wow. King Gleok really does not like when I do this. Come on. Or, game, stop. Alright, you are getting blasted to death. What a challenge. I love a good hunt. I love a good hunt. Thank you, Gorda Goku. Much appreciated. Let's go get ourselves some treasure. Also, this is a good place to farm dazzle fruit, it looks like. Or it's got all different fruit types. Let's go check out. Let's go check out what we should be getting. It might just be all elemental fruit types. This can't be... Oh, maybe this is a Sage's Will. Yeah, it is. Dun 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 dun. There gotta be only 4 of these left, because... Oh. Yeah, my shoulder is really starting to kill me now. Let's at least grab the spoils of victory, and then we can, like, get out of here and determine our next steps. The enemies, like the hunt for various creatures, that I will do off camera. With the exception of Gloom Hands. With Gloom Hands, I want you guys to see every single Gloom Hand. But with the other stuff, we've already seen all that. That's kind of bog standard, boring stuff. No one cares about it. Yes, it's combat, but you can only... I find that people can only tolerate but so much of the same kind of combat over and over. Tears of the Kingdom is just a very has a very well-established play loop that once you break it, or once you find the play loop, there's really no... You need to do things to spruce up that gameplay loop, or you gotta start hamming it up bad on purpose. Gordo Goku says, well, you're going 2 hours more than you do. Good thing you rest tomorrow. That is true. And we have about 20 minutes left before I call the stream. So we've got time. We've still got some time. I think I have gotten all of the treasure that I care about. We're going to put a stamp right there. Why don't... Yeah, let's take a quick trip back to Lookout Landing, and we can plan... we can go to a shrine, or we can go to Goddess statue and turn that in. Yeah, there's also the Yiga bases as well. Now that we've seen all the regions in the game, we should start to narrow down those. Also, there is a certain technique book that I am aware of in key items that we need to go get. And that may or may not be linked to the Yiga clan. After all, there was the Blade Master exam, but there is, there is actually nothing stopping, them from having linked something to the main Yiga clan base, which would be more expected and more in line for them. I like how everyone is just basically on edge. In fact, how much hello, and thank you for your hard work.
Oh.
Yes, I'm so grateful for your continued interest in and support of the Monster Control crew. Gordo Goku says, I thought you did the Yiga places. That's what you were doing when you started watching me. That is fair. We did the Yiga clan bases of the places we were already at, or the places we had already discovered, but we had not done all the Yiga bases yet. Just only the places we've discovered. It's kind of a continual process. It's why a lot of people choose to simply wait until the end of the game to go clean everything up. I don't know if their approach is better than what I'm doing, where I'm kind of like trying to do it as we go along, or make pit stops to do that, or just do it all at the end. There is also the content aspect to consider, where I think if you're doing a stream of this, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to just do it all at the end, because you will just spend all your time doing that. It could be quite garish to watch. Information on 3, right, and intel on large and unusual monsters. How about unusual monsters? 3-headed ones. 1 Gleeok remains. Probably a King Gleeok if I had to guess. And probably on one of the islands we haven't checked out. Probably. I'm not 100% sure on that. No, I'm good here. You who've conquered the shrines and claimed their light the blessing. You have 4 sages' wills. In exchange for 4 sages' wills, I will make your bond stronger with any sage you choose. Sure. You did all the Yiga at once. There are some weird builds to find. The strengthened vow of Riju, Sage of Lightning. Your reinforced bond with Riju has increased her avatar's attack power. Summoning as a build. Is there any... Yeah, we can check this. I'm pretty sure you have 20 of these. You should not seek to increase this any further. Okay. 3 kings in the sky. Yeah. So let's see. We have that one. That one. Yeah, so there's the 3 kings in the sky. There's one in... There is a Gleeok, a King Gleeok in the depths. So, and that would be here in the Gleeok den. Huh. So let me think about this then. So if I look at sky... Do I want to do that now? I guess I sort of can. This would put us... Where? Okay, so it's like south of the volcano. Gordukoku says southeast sky. Yeah, that would be... There's south. There's southeast. Oh, you think there's one here? Okay. Oh no, don't all of them have the same shape? Well, we are still eliminating bosses. I think that particular island might be a flux construct, and specifically a flux construct level 3, which we still need to take those out. There are probably a number far east. Far east. Okay. That... Well, that's here. Oh, no, we were just there. We were just there. Oh, there's like this one here, too. That's a flux where you are. Yeah. Well, there's one across from where we are. But yeah. You have it labeled? Yeah, the labeling was what I was looking for. Okay. Yeah, so this is a King Gleeok, this is a King Gleeok, and this is a King Gleeok. And then we have... And there are 4 in the game, yeah? I think there's 4 King Gleeoks in the game. Very bottom right. Yeah, that's this here. Oh, and we can get rid of these because there's gonna be a quest for these stars. Yeah, this one I know for sure I fought. We fought that after we dealt with Lurelin Village. Like we went over here to Eventide Isle and did that. Okay. So you said yep, there are 4. Yeah. So it can't be King Gleox then, because I've already fought all 4. So I think the thing that we are looking for is out here. That said, we might as well at least go do the Flux Construct before we think about it. Just get that off of our docket. Gordu Goku says if you have all the stages, you must be missing in the depths. Oh, yeah. We need to go deal with Minoru. Like, we have not dealt with Minoru yet. We're trying to do everything before we go talk to Minoru, so that's one less thing. We don't have to do this cleanup after Minoru. We're doing it now. Okay, so nope, hold on. It's literally right here. Let me put a stamp there so I know to go right to it. And then I used to be a super big fan of the soldier armor back in Breath of the Wild. I guess I just preferred the defense back then. I'm really coming around to the barbarian sets now. Gordu Goku says, oh, I thought you were talking about medals. No worries, Gordu Goku. I'm glad we cleaned up the miscommunication, at the very least. Because that means we get to talk about more fun things instead, right? At least that's how I would see it. Man, if this structure had, like, actual safety features, I would love to fly in one of these. I would love for hover bikes to be a more regular thing in real life. Oh yeah, there is a treasure chest to be had. Okay, it's gonna swap spot. Move. What? Where did it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It moved. It moved to the internal area. Well, we probably need to take a picture of this thing. Like, yeah, one right. Oh, that is hilarious. Ow. Link, get up, buddy. Gordu Goku says, if you lose the chest and it falls off the edge, save and reload, it'll reappear. Fun fact. Thank you. We're gonna crack that open now, so it's not a problem. Okay, yes. So I can confirm that there are 20 of these. Have to be for 5 stages. What? Yeah, there we go. Just blow it wide open. Beautiful. Just beautiful. And do we have a weapon that we can use to take advantage of this? Yes, I believe we do. This one right here. We got a Super Omega 82 damage club, which is just fantastic. We're gonna put a stamp here. And then if my sources are right, our final Gleok is like out here in Sky somewhere. like south of the Star Island, if my maps are correct, which it may not be at points too, but this is why we have a map, and why we have the ability to basically dive anywhere to go find this. It's like over here somewhere. So now, yeah, if we set out this way. The last one should be flying around, because I never remembered getting a Gleeok around here. Gordu Goku says, unless you're wrong, there are only 3 Gleeoks in the sky. Well, let me read what the interactive map specifically says. The interactive map says, jump down from South Eldon Sky jump down from South Eldon Sky Archipelago toward Trilby Valley. On the way down, the Flame Gleeok is flying around the sky. So we'll see it on the way down, is what the map is saying. And with any luck, it'll be correct. I'm just gonna try to center myself over Trilby Valley. Oh yeah, look, see down there. See that? That's our target. That's what we're trying to attack. Right over there. This one's pretty crafty too, because you would never think to look for it over there. Huh, I'm more mobile than a Flame Gleeok, which is hilarious. Let's swap over to the 5-shot bow. And this should die as soon as we kill it, too. Never mind. Wow, it survived a super huge fall. That is 1 ton tough son of a gun. Nice. Run right now. Welcome back, Grey G. You're just in time. Okay, we need to, like, find cover. They're, like, up there. Okay, let that explode. No, Aelin, Aelin, this is for you, buddy. You know, I did think this valley was a bit too sparse to have nothing in it. And now I know why. It's because if you run through here and you don't bother to look up, classic streamer trope right there, you would never know to look here. You would never know to look at that precise spot. Let's go back and grab our medal. And I think we'll wrap it up from there. And I'll try to work on killing some of these this weekend. I won't collect the medals, and I won't kill the Gloom Hands without you guys seeing each and every one of them. Grey I hope your breakfast was good. What did you have, if and you don't mind my asking? I'm like a huge food person. I love knowing about food. With food comes culture, and with culture comes a sort of shared or like mutual like framework for a community culture. Food is one of the easiest things that I can think of to talk about with another person. In my honest opinion, that is. All right, Graylands, this should be your last. This should be your last three-headed monster. From the reports of our forces out on expedition, the number of Gleoks remaining is 0. Unbelievable, you hunted them all? Who'd have thought? I'd heard your skills were unmatched throughout Hyrule, but wow. All right, Link. Right, Link, please take this. Dun da 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 da. Gleok Monster Medal, an award presented by the Monster Control Crew in appreciation for defeating every Gleok in Hyrule. It's very fancy, and it's shaped like the monster it represents. That's a nice fancy medal. Graichi says a Nutella and strawberry sandwich. Oh, I could go for some Nutella. I have been trying to like convince my folks to buy some. Nutella, unfortunately, is super expensive. So fat chance of that happening. Unless I religiously eat it. And you don't want to do that with Nutella. You want to savor it. Goku says, yeah, good job. Thank you. That's a hunting token made especially for the one who might defeat all of the Gleoks. We've been working every day to accomplish it ourselves. I never thought a single person would do it, and yet everyone knows about your great deeds, Link. But it feels good to give you something tangible as proof of them. We will dedicate ourselves more fervently to monster expeditions, following your lead. We're good. We're good here. Wow. Well, this was a nice note to end on over the weekend. For the opening bit in the weekend. I truly do mean that. My lovely senators and inductees, I do hope you have a wonderful weekend. Once again, my name is Coin. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. I hope you guys enjoyed this bonus, these bonus 2 hours. I know I did. I may not sound like it, but I did in fact enjoy them. Greiji says, bye-bye, Coin Stamp. Take care of yourself, Greiji. And Goku says, get some rest. Thank you, good sir. I will. Like I was saying, I do hope you guys enjoy your weekend. You guys know the algorithmic things to do. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves, my lovely senator. You know where my hallowed halls are. Goku says, great stream, and you lasted the whole stream. Good work. Good work, good sir. Greiji says, when am I doing another one? Monday. We will be back on Monday. I'm glad you said that. Thanks. We will be back on Monday. If you guys ever want to know when I normally stream, if you're on my Discord server, please check the calendar channel, or you can check the content resources channel to find my Google Calendar invite link. You're more than welcome to click on that. You can even sync up the Google Calendar with your phone, so you'll always be up to date on when I am, posting live streams. Most people probably don't want to do that, understandable, but I at least have the invite link there for those that want to do that. It's another option. That said, I'll see you guys next time, on Monday. And with that, goodbye.